All right, welcome back. Welcome back to another late show. We are almost done here, almost in New York City already, but still live from Los Angeles as we speak. This is your host, Young Brando. Welcome back to the show. We're going to talk watches. We're going to talk about some exciting new releases and some heartwarming news as well. And as always, I think it's best to start with what is lighthearted and simple. I was posting about this on Instagram during the weekend, and since I follow Philippe Dufour's original or official Instagram account, I came across this lovely wrist shot. Um, of course, the watch is immediately identifiable. It is one of the most um, iconic designs ever. Certainly the iconic design in the world of watches. And this is, of course, the new reference that was introduced for the first time with an in house caliber for the 50th anniversary of the model, the Royal Oak. And for me, what was really endearing, what was really captivating was not only that Philippe Dufour was sharing a wrist shot, just like he was, one of us, talking about his new watch or introducing or showing off his new watch um, on Instagram, on social media, but that he was almost immediately back to work. He got this wonderful gift, probably recognizing the holiday season, possibly also his birthday. I don't exactly know the date. Someone might in the audience, so please let me know if it was in fact recognizing that sort of special occasion. But in either case, we learned immediately that this was a beautiful present from his wife, Elisabeth Dufour, and he, of course, remarks, "Thanks a lot to my wonderful wife who realizes my crazy dreams." And obviously, he's not only talking about the watch, which is crazy enough and difficult enough to get, even for someone with the last name Dufour, one can imagine. Uh, but the fact that he has a wife who actually supports him in everything that he has undertaken for so long independently. Again, before being independent was fashionable, before being independent was a thing, uh, before you could have the audacity as a contemporary watchmaker to put your own name on the dial. So it's wonderful to see that Philippe Dufour still has horological dreams that are not contained, not restricted to his own brand, that he still gets so excited, that he likes wearing his watches a little too tight on the wrist, perhaps to keep them ever so much closer, and that he wears a Royal Oak exceptionally well. And of course, this was even more endearing. I mean, the way he lifts his left wrist there with that boyish smile on his face, and the way they look at each other, it's just so precious and so beautiful. And it's so nice to see that, um, again, someone like Philippe Dufour would still get so excited about a new watch, and about a watch that was given to him as a gift. It's really quite beautiful, so heartwarming, and so endearing, and it really speaks to the kind of passion that got him uh, to where he is in the horological world, and really the kind of ability to take part in simple pleasures in life. And what would one expect? I mean, again, from the creator of simplicity, of course, he goes for a two-hander watch that doesn't even bother with a seconds hand. It's it's very touching, it's very fitting, and it's quite beautiful. Of course, in stainless steel with the classic cobalt blue dial. Pardon me. Uh, yes, cobalt blue, or bleu nuit nuage 50 as the original name has it. And again, I mean, it might just help to think about how many different um, grades really come together in that single watch, in the model that ultimately Audemars Piguet decided to preserve more or less as how it always was and how it has been at the moment of its inception. Um, the bracelets were made initially by Gueffrère, who to this day have perhaps created some of the most iconic bracelet designs that include, of course, the Rolex Oyster, include, of course, the original Patek Philippe Nautilus bracelets, including, of course, a lot of the beads of rice and different kinds of chronograph and other kind of bracelets for brands ranging from Universal Genève to Hoya to others. So you have Audemars Piguet on the dial. You have Gérald Janta as the designer, who perhaps was the first one with that particular name, right? Watch designer. It's not like that. It's not like design was foreign to the world of watches before Janta, but he was the one who took that up as his exclusive um, profession, as it were, as his main profession. Of course, he designed much more than watches, but he has been known to have said that if he were born in France, he would have designed fashion. If since he were born, since he was born in Switzerland, he was destined to design watches. So you have his signature, you have his vision, and to a large part his implementation, right? Because Janta was actually, since this was the first stainless steel watch that Audemars Piguet undertook to introduce in serial production, a lot of these connections had to be made, had to be sought and commissioned by Gérald Janta himself. So he went and ordered the bracelet, more or less, himself from Gueffrère, he went and chose the dial design and the color from Stern Frère or Stern Frère, who, of course, are today the family who have guided Patek Philippe for now 4 generations, if I'm not mistaken. Um, and they were primarily known before that, before their acquisition of Patek Philippe, and even long after, as one of the most prestigious dial makers. So, in fact, that classic tapisserie dial, in English, a lot of times people call it a waffle dial, that is drawn by pantograph, right, where you basically have a two-handed machine that works synchronously from a larger model, which it traces and then engraves on a smaller scale. So we have already arrived at four important names, right? The Sterns as dial makers, Gérald Janta as the watch designer, Gueffrère as the bracelet maker, and we are coming to one of the most important parts, of course, the movement, right? And the movement happens to be a movement that Gégé Lecoutre designed in the late 60s, the famous caliber 920, which continued in the tradition of ultra-thin tractor movements, automatic tractor movements that Gégé Lecoutre has been making for quite some time and has been supplying, in an important sense, Audemars Piguet specifically. And that movement that to this day remains the thinnest caliber, the thinnest automatic caliber with a full rotor, as opposed to, let's say, with a micro rotor, powered all the various iterations of the Audemars Piguet Royal Oak Jumbo Extra Thin until it was replaced in this particular model, right, which has a few important improvements. The new caliber 7121 rather than the 2121, namely in the power reserve. But ultimately, again, it builds on the ingenuity that Gégé Lecoutre built and Audemars Piguet modulated and raised to another level, adapted to a different setting in this iconic design, perhaps one of the handful that are actually worthy of the name. And remember again, that original JLC caliber 920, which is Audemars Piguet AP caliber 2121, still remains the thinnest. The new 7121 is actually a slightly larger caliber, but just as Audemars Piguet succeeded in fitting into the same jumbo case the perpetual calendar, which is a thicker caliber, they have also managed to preserve the dimensions of the case and fit now the 7121, which has longer power reserve I think from 42 to something like 55 hours. Um, it is a higher beating caliber, so presumably more accurate, um, possibly more uh, shock resistant. Although I can't really countenance that, I can't really prove that. But ultimately, there you have it. Uh, you have the Sternfrère as the dial makers. So that gives us both one of the most important dial makers in the Swiss watch industry and the current owners of Patek Philippe. You have Gefrère as the bracelet makers, which made, among other iconic bracelet designs, the uh, Patek Philippe Nautilus bracelet later and the Rolex Oyster bracelet earlier. You have Gerard Janta as the watch designer, whose vision is executed in this particular piece, in this in this marvelous blend between sophisticated elegance and brutal modernism. And finally, you have Audemars Piguet on the dial, which to this day is still one of those distinguished makers that stand at the top of the system that the Swiss call établissage, right? You know, where you have at the center of a network uh, the important institution that brings together all these different kinds of expertise to ultimately assemble the best watch possible, right? Before, in the 21st century, it became um, popular and marketable to say that, hey, we're vertically integrated, we produce everything in house, which for the most part is never entirely true. All right, Corrado, so nice to see you. So nice to see you, man. Thank you for being here. And JB, YB says hi to JB. So nice to see you, as always. Um, JB says first one sold without the 50th anniversary. Are you sure about that? Well, maybe it is. You know, I keep telling people this. It remains still a little bit unknown or unexplored, but the way Audemars Piguet managed its own brands uh, in the last couple of decades, and especially in the last decade, you shouldn't be surprised. So it was in the 20th anniversary, on the jubilee of the Royal Oak design in 1992, when they introduced with the model 14802 for the first time a Royal Oak jumbo with an exhibition case back. And I'm sure they do it in other models too, but one of the biggest open secrets and one of the most amazing subtle flexes in the horological world always was having an Audemars Piguet Royal Oak with a customized rotor. And what do I mean by that? Well, the when you look at the exhibition case backs, a lot of times, of course, you see different kinds of AP rotors. The modern ones are usually full solid gold. A lot of times they're skeletonized. So there were a few designs that you could choose from those skeletonized ones. And just as you have those with uh, the two initials of the two founding families, namely Audemars and um, Piguet, you could get your own initials like JB or YB, right? Or LHV. You could, in fact, get a rotor like that. I know for a fact, for example, that Eric Koo, the famous watch dealer who is the founder of 10 Past 10 and also a co-founder of Loop This, along with Justin Grimberg um, of the Keystone. He has a beautiful 15202 that one he uh, changed with 5402 dial because he wanted that look, that font of the original um, Royal Oak, which testifies, by the way, how little the whole thing must have changed that you could fit a dial from an A series 5402 into a modern 15202. And then, as part of that service, he also asked for a customized um, rotor carrying his last name in his case, Ku, Ku. So let's see if I can find a picture of it because it's. Oh wow! Okay, he actually had posted it on the Instagram, so we can see it directly here. As you see, it is 15202. Of course, 5402 does not have an exhibition case back, for better or worse. So you have a dial that is actually an A series, so original 5402 dial. As you know, 15202 came with a date window that had a blue background to match the dial, whereas that was not the case with the original design. And you see his customized rotor, which is full gold, skeletonized with that guilloche decoration on the perimeter. Of course, Audemars Piguet engraved, and then AKU, A.KU, his first name and, well, his first initial and his last name. Hey, St. Peter. Lovely to see you as well, man. Yeah, it's again, it's a great idea, and it's a service that they used to provide, and not only once again. At least that was the old traditional AP way. I don't know what they have been doing and what they will be doing with the new CEO who is supposed to be coming in next year. Um, Honestly, I don't know. I don't care either. I mean, I've kind of lost hope with contemporary AP, but that's what the secondary market is for, has always been for. If you want an Audemars Piguet watch, especially if it's older, especially if it's one of the less desired models, and I always usually veer towards what seems to be forgotten, what slips through the cracks, what seems to somehow be less desired, less desirable, half forgotten. And it has something to do with the fact that I like going above and beyond and doing research every time I look into one of the models. It has something to do with the fact that I always abhor getting a watch that you can just either walk into the store and get immediately, or somehow acquire because of your special connections. I would rather acquire a watch because I have figured out, as a result of my work, how to get it, and how to get it with the money that is available to me, which brings me to the most important point. I buy watches on the secondary market because I'm cheap. So um, no new APs for me, and I will keep to that principle. Yeah, it's always like that, isn't it? I mean, I have to, let's be fair. AP is not the only brand that does that. So it's unfair to single them out. However, they somehow seem to encapsulate um, what has been the worst about the luxury watch industry in the last few years. And in many ways, they have stood at the helm of that sort of transformation, that way of going after the hype rather than um, sticking with their traditional customer. And again, that's not even limited to the watch industry either. Um, Louis Vuitton behaves in the same way, right? God forbid you fall into their hands for a specific repair. Um, you will end up waiting for months and months and months without any update, without any real assurance or detail about what is going on with what is possibly an heirloom item. Doesn't matter whether it's a briefcase or a duffel bag or uh, a soft briefcase, hard case, whatever it is, right? Or trunk. It's They would rather sell a new item. In fact, that's what I before they finally made things up with me and patched it up with me after I think having waited 8 months to get the handle of a briefcase fixed. Um, they were trying to offer me a voucher, so I would take and put some money on top of that and get a new one. And I was trying to tell them I can't do that because, one, that's my father's briefcase you have, so I'm not gonna just buy something new instead. Two, you don't even make it anymore, right? You don't even make the same thing or anything similar. So what do you expect me to do? But this is what these things have become. It is what it is, right? We can't live, um, as HRH collection says, we can't live in the clown world. We have to come back to reality. So we have to face the music. Perhaps these kinds of brands are not for us anymore, which is just fine because we do have the resources, we do have the nose, we do have the brain, we do have the vision. We can seek out the next best thing, and at the end of the day, uh, we will be the ones who will still smile. Um, and I was thinking, I think it's Justin Hast who has this obsession with a two-piece collection, right? And I actually like his energy quite a bit. I enjoy his videos. I like his style. And I was thinking along the same lines, right? You know, speaking of two watch collections, between this Royal Oak 16202 ST and the pink gold datograph with the original L951.1 movement, I think Monsieur Dufour has a great two-piece collection, don't you think? Right? He has the time and dates two-hander in his Royal Oak, and he has what has become perhaps one of the definitive 21st century watches now, since its 1999 release, Arlang und Söhne Datograph, which in a way initiated or ignited the spark for a new age of high horology, right? That was the nudge that brought Patek Philippe back to the table to finally design and introduce their own caliber for a hand-wound chronograph that would rival the architecture, the design, and the aesthetics of the Datograph's caliber, the L951.1, right? That's why CH29 was designed, finally moving on from Lemania and Nouvelle Lemania CH27 that formed the base of both Patek Philippe hand-wound chronographs and Patek Philippe perpetual calendar chronographs for some generations. Right? That's what it's the release of Arlang und Söhne Datograph that's finally pushed Patek Philippe and many others to take this whole thing seriously, and go back to basics and show both the kinds of technical innovation and aesthetic appeal inside and out that has characterized Patek Philippe and other Swiss greats at the moment of their modern inception. Please follow me on Instagram as well. Absolutely, Saint Peter. I was thinking about this too. Daniela Dufour, of course, is a watchmaker herself. I know that wasn't necessarily the path that Philippe Dufour pushed her towards. That wasn't necessarily the path that Philippe Dufour insisted that his daughter would go, and but she pushed for it, and in fact, of course, he was really supportive. And I don't know. Yes, it is very exciting that the two are working together. Of course, Daniela is already quite an important name in the watch world, right? She was part of the prize committee for GPHG this year. And yeah, it is an interesting story, Saint Peter. I mean, I can't really say much more except to think of all these um, great examples of um, sons of boxers, stepping up to the plate, and even daughters of boxers stepping up into the ring, and usually not quite living up to the name and to the legacy of their fathers. Um, it remains to be seen. It's not easy, right? If you are Muhammad Ali's daughter, it's hard to fill into those shoes, right? If you are uh, Chris Chris Eubank's son, it's difficult. If you are Nigel Benn's son, it's impossible. Um, you know, so many examples. I just saw Fernando Vargas's son, the oldest one, shopping at Nike at the Grove, and he was very happy to be recognized. And I'm very intrigued and interested that not only one but basically all his sons are following Fernando Vargas's path into professional boxing. And he just won by knockout this weekend. Great work, Fernando Vargas Jr. But I don't know how far he will go. No one does. And yes, it is an absurd example at one level. I do want to recognize that, right? It reminds you of what Marvin Hagler said about silk sheets, right? It's so much harder to uh, get up early in the morning uh, to do road work when you're sleeping in silk sheets, right? So it's so much harder for the next generation after you come from very humble roots to replicate the same kind of success uh, that requires so much toil, so much suffering, and so much getting punched in the face, which you're not supposed to be doing anyways. Um, I know it's not the same, but a lot of people also don't realize how difficult it is to be a watchmaker, how how much time uh, it takes for people like Philippe Dufour to start doing their own thing. Um, and again, even when he first struck out on his own, the first major project that Philippe Dufour did on his own was to make the sonnerie for Audemars Piguet. So it took him so long to get to where he is, and now Daniela is joining him, and it remains to be seen how that will push the brand forward, whether it is preserving the primary traditions and that sort of independent practice of the father, or transforming it to something else, expanding it to something else. But in either case, I don't think she is lacking in either talent or vision. I think she has both in spades, in addition to the kind of charisma that she has inherited both from her father and her mother. And I mean, as you know, that's I'm still obsessed with this picture that was on on the I think it was on the Financial Times, how to spend it or how to style it, one or the other, maybe a year ago already. Um, these two wonderful gentlemen uh, by by the by the Joux lake, Lac de Joux, in the uh, Vallée du Joux, of course. And I mean, they look like they don't look like the independent watchmaking duo, um, Philippe Dufour and Claude Sver. They look like an indie rock band or something. I can assure you that I can find you that exact flannel barn coats in the most recent collection of Ralph Lauren, and these guys were wearing it, you know, a year or a couple of years ago. So it's uh, clearly Philippe Dufour with his pipe, with his shades, with his royal oak, with his barn coats, um, with his watchmaking flair. Certainly a man of style. He has his own style and a lot of charisma, which I think Daniela also carries forward, and that's important too. You know, I think I don't know. I mean, Recep Recepi is a great watchmaker. It's already been recognized by GPHG 2 times. You know, it's quite incredible for such a young watchmaker to be recognized in that way. Um, Back to back almost, you know, 2019, 2022. And, you know, it does matter that he is a presentable, good looking and well spoken and a soft spoken young man, right? I don't know if he would have had the same stature if he weren't so humble and well spoken at the same time. So characters are important too, and I think Daniela is a great um, representative of the next generation. I think she deserves to be included in those conversations much more than the, you know, poor little rich boys who have inherited a lot of these luxury brands and family brands and so-called independent watchmakers. Oh, any thoughts on? Hey, I mean, I loved Prince Naz. I loved Nassim, uh, but you know, I also love Marco Antonio Barrera. Marco Antonio Barrera is actually one of my all-time favorites, and to me, that particular encounter was an example of how you start admiring people who beat your favorites, who transcend what was once your favorite. And I never replaced necessarily Nas, but I think Marco Antonio Barrera showed me something else, and I started following him. And it was only after that that I became so fascinated with the Mexican style of fighting, with the liver shot specifically. You know, that wonderful, you know, dig right below the ribs with your left hook. That still remains one of the most devastating shots in boxing, to watch and to apply. Um, all right, so this was our lighthearted beginning. I cannot believe, as much as I love the sound of my own voice, that I spoke 45 minutes about Philippe Dufour's new watch, mainly. But let's get into some of the new releases. I'll start with what is perhaps the most obvious. We have spoken about this brand before on the channel. It's not necessarily a secret. Baltic uh, is a French-based micro brand that provides a variety of options. Traditionally, uh, so far, it has been largely under $1,000. But more recently, they have expanded their offerings to include these sports chronographs that were presented as a limited edition in collaboration with the racing company Peter Auto. Um, and I think they were very attractive visually. I liked the traditional elements of design that were given a unique accent by that dash of yellow and orange on the dial. I I actually adore the flat link bracelet, and I also like the fact that um, they have kept this particular watch uh, in quite traditional proportions, in rather conservative case dimensions, by one, keeping the diameter under 40, I think it was 39 and a half, and two, keeping the thickness under 14 millimeters by using a hand wound movement, right? And it's, I keep repeating this, but sometimes these simple things need to sink in and be repeated for that reason. A manual movement, by definition, with the lack of the rotor, is going to be, almost as a rule, thinner, more slender than an automatic movement with a full rotor, right? Just as what we were talking about earlier with the marvel of Gégé Lecoutre's 920 caliber, or the AP 2021, that powered that two-hander with a date for 5 decades. And the caliber existed a little before then as well, um, and still kept things um, under 8 millimeters in terms of the case thickness. So with chronograph, of course, you have a more complicated movement, and it's really an important feat in terms of keeping relatively honest proportions in the watch uh, to have a hand wound movement. And this time they had used the SW510-M, which is a Sellita movement, hand wound mechanical, with more than 60 hours of power reserve. Great. This was a great addition. I think I would have jumped on this if I didn't already have my Breguet Type 20. I preserve the same feeling still. And this one, of course, came with these two stopwatches as well, since they wanted to do something specifically to commemorate this collaboration with Peter Auto. But now, of course, they actually released a model of this watch that will become part of their regular production line. And I'm happy to say that this time I'm not too late at all in relaying the news to you, because the pre-sale is beginning actually in a couple of days, right? In a little more than 2 days, in fact. So these are the two models that they're now offering as the production, as the regular production versions of the of their tricompax, of their sports chronograph. Just wanted to check something very quickly. I I feel the bracelet is a little different as well. Not necessarily um, in terms of design, but perhaps in terms of the finishing. Or maybe I'm just, yeah, maybe I'm just flipping out a little bit. But these are released. These are going to be released in about 2 days. They have the traditional panda and reverse panda configurations, namely in this case, a silvered center dial with contrasting black registers for the chronograph. And of course, um, counter for chronograph seconds and minutes on the perimeter in black as well. As you can see, all the three subdials are radially guillocheted, right? So they add an extra dimension due to that particular finishing as well. I actually quite like the Arabic numeral 12 at noon or at midnight. The tachometer bezel is actually um, in aluminum, so that adds to the vintage appeal of of the watch, as does the flat link bracelet in uh, in with its brushed center links and polished outer rings, outer links. The watch comes with an additional calfskin leather strap, if you so choose. I think you can get it with or without the bracelet. You can get it with both the flat link bracelet and the uh, leather band, and that will um, set you back 1,700 US dollars, more or less, in euro 1695. Um, Again, as you can see from the side profile, the flat link bracelet, the domed sapphire crystal, as well as the design of the dial, really evokes some of the best things um, about racing chronographs of the 60s. From also, of course, add to this the fact that you have something hand wound. You basically have everything that you would get from that sort of chronograph, except perhaps the smell of uh, leather upholstery, um, burning tire, and perhaps also uh, some smoke. Very beautiful watch. I like it, especially in this contrast of uh, silvery white or like an opaline color against the black subdials, but the black against that slightly silvered look is just great as well. You also have, as far as I can see, some measure of lume on the dial as well. even the fonts. I mean, even the fonts are just beautiful in inspiring that kind of vintage look and feel. Great work with Baltic again. Uh, the prices have been creeping up in terms of Baltic watches, but sometimes you pay a little bit of a premium for design as well. And in this case, for them to still keep things under 1700s or right around 1700s, with the full bracelet, with an additional strap, um, I think it's quite wonderful. And as far as I know, few the first 400 of them, reserved 200 for the Panda, 200 for the reverse Panda, will be actually numbered. So uh, you will have 10 days to place your pre-order, starting with December 1st at 4 p.m., which is local time for Paris, of course. It will be earlier in the day for those of us in the States, and earlier yet for those of us still in Los Angeles. Um, and again, the first 400s are going to be numbered, and those are going to be delivered with priority already by uh, spring, right? April 2023. And the rest of the tricompaxes from this edition are going to be delivered by September of next year. So uh, you get basically both the advantage of having a numbered watch. I don't think you get to choose your number, so don't push much further than that. You get uh, and you also get to enjoy your watch for the summer of 2023, instead of basically buying yourself um, something for the holiday season for next year already. So try to get on it as soon as you can. I'm sure the numbered edition will sell out pretty fast. 200 of each. It's not much, and I'm sure, I don't want to insinuate anything, but I'm sure that, some of that 400 is already reserved or preserved in some way. It wouldn't surprise me, although I don't have any inside information, and I'm just saying allegedly. Um, but yeah, if you like it, I would get on it. I'm very excited by the fact that you have now so many, uh, so many uh, examples, so many options for budget chronographs from micro brands that are very stylish, that are very unique, and that bring something new to the table, whether it's in terms of the design or in terms of um, offering something at an accessible price point without making much compromise. Right? This is what for me characterizes Baltic. And of course, I had in mind Chrono Tokyo, which also, by the way, is coming back, of course, with the Mark II of their chronograph, which has already been sold out. Um, I know my friend St. Peter has one of these from the earlier iteration of this generation, uh, and since this was a color that played again with my heartstrings, with being the salmon dial. I keep saying on this channel, to be ridiculous a little bit, because people love saying, like, this is the new black and that is the new blue. And I keep saying that salmon is the new blue when it comes to watch dials. And people make fun of me, but if you see, if you just keep track of all the special editions that were produced in 2022, all the new releases that came out since Watches and Wonders and followed us until now, there is really an uncanny preponderance and disproportionate role of Salmon dials in the new releases. I mean, I'm sure you would agree, but I just have to reiterate it. From Chrono Tokyo to Parmigiani Fleurier to what was the new Angelus or Angelus in the collaboration with Revolution Watch Magazine, the new dial option for 5172G that was introduced in Watches and Wonders for Patek, the later introduction of the new World Timer chronograph by Patek in steel, right, in 5135A, right? Am I mistaken? No, 5935A, I think. Yes. Yeah, it seems just, there's a turn towards salmon, and I know I'm exaggerating it a little bit when I say salmon is the new blue, but certainly there is a turn toward using this color not only in classically inspired dress watches anymore, but watches of all different sorts. And I'm generally a big fan of it, but I also don't think that it's always the right choice. It's always the best choice when it actually is used, especially in sportier designs. I feel like it's sometimes a little out of place, but I genuinely found the new Chrono Tokyo chronograph Mark II release and the Parmigiani Fleurier Serenissima release of the Tonda PF, as well as yes, as well as the wait, what else was there? I think there were one or two others that are escaping my mind, but yeah, it's really amazing how much this is used now. Oh, so something is going on in the conversation. Jake Brooks says, if it's watches and style, shall we unbox a little style? Yeah, yes, of course. Of course. It is always watches and style. I was shopping online for any number of octagonal things to treat myself for this holiday season, because I know another year has passed by and I still didn't get my Royal Oak. So I'm a little sad, and I'm trying to make up by getting octagonal cufflinks. Uh, I found an interesting cigar cutter that might work for the purpose. So I'm just preparing myself. Once, if and when I get my Royal Oak, I will have uh, my cufflinks, not Audemars Piguet cufflinks. I think it's a little. I don't like things to be too matchy matchy. I would rather have an accessory that resonates with some other part of my outfit or some other accessory that completes my outfit than match one to one. Um, and yeah, I found this exquisite cigar cutter that was in octagonal shape. I had seen many hexagonal ones, but this was the first time I saw an octagonal cigar cutter. I mean, it just makes sense. But so I will be trying to get those. Um, Big Meech, welcome. St. Peter says these new Baltic chronos are stunners, steel stunners. They're amazing. Um, God bless Archie Luxury. Kent Daigle says, Big Meech, his knowledge is off the charts. And St. Peter says the chrono update is wonderful. The new Patek World Time Chrono, yes, 5135 A is the other Salmon dial. Um, my knowledge of what now, Big Meat says, and Kent Daigle says, no, Lord's knowledge. Wow, I mean, Kent, thank you for your generous and kind words. I think you're being too kind, but I'll take a compliment whenever I can. St. Peter says pink gold dial was also my incomplete design for the Royal Oak contest. Man, man, man. That's probably my ultimate holy grail when it comes to a time only watch, right? For watches that I don't have on my collection, probably the um, I think they made it for a couple of different uh, editions of the Royal Oak, but I think there was a Royal Oak with in platinum with salmon dial, time only. I think it was a fifth. No, it's not platinum. In fact, it's white gold. Well, it will have to do, I guess. Since we are dreaming, we can dream, but this basically is my ultimate dream watch. Um, it's 15202 BC for white gold, salmon dial with uh, this pink background for the date window as well. It's a gorgeous, gorgeous little watch. Um, yeah, they look great, and I know they also made the 1482 with the salmon dial. Uh, that also looks amazing. Of course, doesn't have the matching uh, dates, matching background on the date display. Um, doesn't have AP at 6 o'clock, which is where it should be, even though I disagree with my friend JB on this. He thinks that AP is just like the Rolex crown and it always should be at 12 o'clock. I'd rather go with the classic design. I kind of like this a little more actually when it comes to the 15202 because I've always appreciated, and you guys will recognize this. Pay attention next time. Between 5402 and even 14802, and how the tapisserie design is much smaller and more intricate, and 15202 and even later designs where you have this move towards more outsized tapisserie, which actually internally they call it grande tapisserie anyway. Um, One of the reasons I appreciate, by the way, this is absolute OCD to the extent that some in the community will really appreciate it. The reason I also really like a copper, bronze, salmon, whatever you want to call this style on the Royal Oak is how it plays off those white gold bolts, right? This is, of course, 14802 ST. So what you have essentially is a steel octagonal bezel, and the bolts on the Royal Oak are always of white gold because when they were working on the prototypes, immersing them in salt water, they have realized that the stainless steel is not so stainless after all. So they have been, since the first generation, always using white gold bolts on the bezel, which of course age and patinate differently than the steel, and with time get this yellowish, bronzish hue. And I think that plays beautifully with salmon dial. Kent Daigle says, "Thank you for your efforts, man. Thank you for your contribution. I really do appreciate it." Um, the Blue Z is amazing. The Blue Z is an amazing watch, and I'm so happy that Big Mitch has already his own. Corrado Garizzi says, "I think in that price range, the Tissot Telemeter is a contender as well." I absolutely agree. That's also a very nice vintage-inspired watch. But let's see what JB is introducing us first. Kent Daigle, thank you again for the $5 super chat. Hi, JB.
Hey there, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I think, can I make a guess?
Well, yeah, I was just going to see if anyone in the audience, just from the color, I've covered up the
Goyard.
logo.
Goyard.
Goyard. So this is it's interesting with with primo luxury. This is like nosebleed kind of accessory, but it's cool. Um,
Nice.
all right, so you get this is the only one that I've ever bought that had the box and lanyard with it. Oh, on the wrist.
Nice. I love the Aquaterra, man. It's such a great everyday watch.
With rubber.
Rubber.
All right. Booklet.
Mm.
You'll see that it has 14 stores, right? So that's the exclusivity with them, is that you've got to get to one of the places where they sell this.
Yeah. One reason I haven't moved out of Los Angeles yet.
All right. So here it comes. Drum roll. Card holder.
Nice.
And of course, I've turned these over.
Of course, the beautiful dust cloth is there as well. The iconic red and yellow, almost like Rolex.
Yep. I think they've got the colors nailed, don't you?
Yeah.
And one of the things you'll see out of these Goyards, right? So you'll see their address.
By the way, you probably know this, JB, but I want to accentuate it. I want to emphasize it for the audience that the white and black, by their own admission, is the hardest to apply and therefore the rarest of all their color combinations. So that's a very exquisite and exclusive card holder right there.
When you make the big deals and you hand it. I'm just kidding. All right. And so juxtapose this. I'll bring the other one. Their traditional color. This is the one you would see a lot of times, right?
Mm-hmm.
So just in comparison. But what a pattern. You can see this from across anywhere.
Yeah.
This one you
Yeah.
can see a little bit more. So look at this. You can see, this one stands out a little bit more. The white's picking up here.
Yes, sir.
Good, really good stuff.
Yeah,
All
there
right.
are also again, not to expose, not to do anything, but if you have in fact gotten it from the boutique, you have a 3-month window where you can turn it back to the French overlords, and for the right price, they will even customize it for you, like with stripes and initials and some designs as well.
So nice. I've got one more. If you all have time.
Yes, we
All
always
right.
have time for you, JB.
All
Please.
right. Let me get this guy out of the way. All right. So this is one where you have to wear it every day, and it's subtle. But here's why I like this one. This one's like brand new, but no jingle jangle. And as Meech knows, sometimes you don't want to have jingle jangle when you're quickly putting them on. But here it's got the Burberry pattern to it a little bit. So it's subtle.
Nice. I like the fact that it's subtle, honestly.
Right? It's not the big coat that you see that's, the traditional pattern. But those who know and can pick this up can see.
Yeah,
And again,
it's like tone on tone. It's very subtle and beautiful. I like that.
but what I like the most about it, though, if you're wearing black, is that the buckle doesn't hardly ever jangle, right? And when you realize, like, once you're wearing it, they make it just tight enough in here to where it doesn't hit it.
Cool.
Right?
Nice.
Love watches it. And style, right?
Well,
all right,
I brought the watches today. You brought style, so I appreciate you, JB.
All right, I'm gonna tune in. Thanks.
Thank you, JB. All right, well, wear them in great health and wealth. That was great. I love Goyara. I think, like, when I get new things, I do prefer these days to go to them rather than Louis Vuitton. Whenever, again, as JB said, it's really nosebleed prices, so it's not like something that you can get on a daily basis. But when they are there, and when you can grab them, it's one of those items, by the way. Also, each and every one of their items, it's cheaper in the store if you can get them from the boutique than on the secondary market. So if you're in New York, if you're in Los Angeles, don't deal with these resellers and whatever, God forbid you get into fakes or stuff, forget that. But it's really like when you go to these resellers, like even the recognized ones like Rebag and the Real and whatever else, they mark them up by so much that it makes it impossible, especially with this euro US dollar rate. I mean, if you ever make it to the continent, that's where you should really get this kind of stuff. But otherwise, yeah, try to get it from one of their boutiques. If you have a friend in Los Angeles, if you have a friend in San Francisco, if you have a friend in New York, ask them to help you out. I can help you out to a certain extent if we have the kind of relationship that JB and I have. Of course, I'll be more than happy to help out. I know it's a kind of transaction that perhaps not everyone would be happy with or would like to take risks with. I completely understand that. But if you're on that kind of frequency with me, I would be more than happy to help you out. So you can always feel free to reach out. And yeah, as I was saying, that that white version is really, really special. It's really it's really their rarest and the most difficult to apply in terms of the canvases they use. The pattern is, of course, um, the pattern is, of course, very unique and recognizable. Um, and yeah, I think, it's even with that supposedly limited presence, Goyard kind of started rivaling, in terms of their exclusivity, uh, Louis Vuitton and Hermes in that segment of product. This is what um, St. Peter just sent me on Instagram. I do my best not to expose anything else. St. Peter says, just sent you a picture of the Hermes flagship store skylight my company built. Oh, I did not realize you had that kind of contract. That's amazing. That's amazing. Hermes stores are always beautifully built and designed. So I really, um, well, St. Peter, that I admire you a lot, and it even grew more, my admiration for you, in knowing that you participated in something like this. I know maybe it's slightly shallow, but it is what it is. I know for me, visiting visiting the main Hermes store in Faubourg Saint-Honoré. Um, for me, it's always like going to a museum, right? I know it will sound absolutely shallow to a lot of people, but uh, last time I was in Paris, I had a much better time at 24 Rue du Faubourg Saint-Honoré than I did at the Louvre, than I did at many other museums in Paris, of which there is no shortage, of course. They have some of the best um, in terms of exhibitions. Of course, from modern art to traditional regional anthropological museums again. But for the most part, I would rather be at Faubourg Saint-Honoré. I think I have been sent a few other things. So let me check what I have seen. Oh, thank you, JB, by the way, for that PayPal contribution. I appreciate it. That's very generous. Thank you. So let's see. I have another message. Nice. Am I allowed to? What you just sent, Saint Peter, am I allowed to share with the audience? That Instagram account that you just sent to my DM. JB says, thanks, Meech. Glad to show it. We are, by the way, looking at something that Saint Peter built on this picture, which is an Hermes flagship store. Basil says, so cool. JB says, if it doesn't smell like bubble gum, something is wrong. But it's beautiful. LOL. Sure. Yeah, I would be happy to share it. Big Meech, 49.99. Thank you so much. It's me, Big Meech, with the sheep rolling in, just showing a little support. More than a little. Thank you. I appreciate it, Big Meech. Also, shout out to Jessa Rhodes. Please come back and flex on the industry. Hey, my friend, Kent, you were saying that you were not talking about Big Meech's knowledge, but as you can see, Big Meech has his own realm when it comes to knowledge, and specifically, the adult industry is his main expertise. And there you go. Shout out to Jessa Rhodes. It's guys, sex work is work, and as you know, we are not. We may not be armchair socialists, but we are always here for good, honest work and labor. So there we go. Another shout out to Caliper Studio. This is architecture and metal work located in Brooklyn, New York. Very nice. I look forward to seeing all of this. Thank you for sharing it ahead of time. Ah, amazing. Wow. St. Peter says the oldest profession, and Big Meat says Jessa Rhodes has been missing in action for over a year now. That's really a shame. Meech, I didn't even know. I didn't even know that she existed, but I'm glad to know that she's dearly missed. So I hope she comes back for you. JB says, I bet there's a science to the way retailers smell when you shop, like Disney. Oh yeah, I don't know if you have been JB. I don't know if you have been to one of the Ralph Lauren flagship stores and how many different ones you have been to. I think they have one in Dallas at the very least that they consider a flagship store, whatever that means. To me, it just means they have all the collections and they actually have a very particular smell that they infuse the whole space with. It's usually nothing secret or too complicated. They just have their own candles, which they light at strategic points throughout the store. I know they have one that they use year around, and they have another one that they use in the holiday season. So by all means, they know exactly what they're doing, especially when it comes to a company like Ralph Lauren, which was a pioneer in selling you the lifestyle and not just one product. And that meant that he was always more interested in one second. That always meant that Ralph Lauren was much more interested in setting up the retail space as representative, if not exactly enacting a lifestyle. So uh, rest assured that the scent and the smells are exactly part of that. Um, and even, at any other store, and they still they still do this, I think, for customers who are really there for big purchases. But when they reintroduced the Beverly Hills flagship store, they would bring you an entire silver tray, with popcorn or chips, some kind of snack. I don't remember. Your choice of drink. On top of that, sparkling water, uh, like linen hanky that you can use to clean yourself, and if you want, take with you in your pockets. It's like, they're interested in bringing you into the store to really stay. In the Beverly Hills store this time, which was, by the way, like deserted on Black Friday, which really surprised me, and which really tells you how little people care about the quote unquote holiday shopping at this point in time, because it's dark times, it's difficult times. It's not a time where you would really splurge in holidays. um, and But yes, they on the third floor of the flagship store here in Beverly Hills on Rodeo Drive, they have a home selection, which was all on discount, and again, with no sight of any crowds, nary a customer. And there they have an entire section that they tried to use to recreate their new um, flagship store in Milan, with their Palazzo collection. So they had they have a whole. I have the catalog here, so I can give you a little bit of a better idea. They had a whole fireplace, and an eating room, with like an um, antique clock and a wooden case on the mantelpiece. And like, these sorts of side tables and chairs. Right, you see this particular one where you have a coffee table, a sofa. They had a whole antiques cigar case made out of sterling silver, filled with cigars. And in true Ralph Lauren tradition, everything was for sale, right? You want to pick up any of those pieces, whether it's part of the current collection, antique, um, prop, whatever it was, everything was on sale. Big Meat says, speaking of retail stores, let's check on Balenciaga. I'm not doing that. I think I know what you have in mind. I'm certainly not doing that. What a shame, because they had really, again, it's not my style at all, but they had really distinguished themselves, Balenciaga, among all these um, new age luxury brands, and they have really set themselves apart. What a disgusting, uh, what a disgusting marketing campaign they have dreamed up. I mean, and now they're trying to get away from it by firing the people who are responsible for it. I mean, you know, everyone is responsible for it, including people who signed off on it, which I'm sure includes very high-ranking people. It's absurd. Yes. So wait a second. We have. Oh, okay. We don't. I thought we had another interesting message from behind the scenes, but that simply seems someone confirming an interview. So uh, that's that sounds cool to me. We'll have a new guest, another interview coming soon. I was hoping, and I'm still hoping to conduct some interviews in person in New York. Some might include perhaps even people in the audience today. Um, Others might include collectors, um, people who are in the business of style, people who are passionate about style, people who deal in watches in one way or another, people who perhaps make or repair watches. In New York, I have some interesting connections, and some of them. My problem usually is to bring out some of those old school people out of their shell, right? It's they don't always um, appreciate, and I use that word in all meanings, in all senses of it. They don't always enjoy, and they don't always fully understand this form of communication. So they can be rather reserved about giving an interview on camera, recorded or live, that will be broadcast online, right? What is that for? Why do that at all? Um, so sometimes it takes a little work, a little more convincing. I think I have a few friends who would be more than happy to share their collection, to share their knowledge, to share their conversation with my audience. So I look forward to that. Um, and hopefully, in fact, in New York, we will have maybe what is another first for the channel, like a location interview. I would love to have it on a live stream, but maybe it will have to be recorded, and I will have to keep that as a surprise in my pocket. But that will be probably planned for December. But of course, I know for a fact that Bezos, who has come on this channel and shared at least part of his collection with us in terms of the new editions as well. Please check that out. I'm gonna send out the link for that. In the meantime, guys, please hit the like button if you haven't already. It really helps. It makes all the difference. You know, when more people watch the show and more people click the link and um, hit the like button, it really takes us to the next level. Um, so please do that. In the meantime, I'm gonna try to send you the interview, the collection review that I did with Bezos. I hope we can do something together. Well, I mean, we'll surely do something in Providence in December. I'm sure he will set aside maybe an hour of his time for me, but maybe we can have part of that for the channel as well. Um, that would be just fantastic. So I will. So hopefully I will have Basil's. I might have St. Peter. He doesn't have to show his face. Maybe I will have him across me, and we'll talk in this way, and I'll get to show some of his watches on camera, and we'll talk about it. So we can do it without the face reveal and without any serious doxing. Um, yeah, I think there will be some interesting interviews, especially with collectors. But I have something interesting coming up in my pocket, and that might be pre-recorded or live. I would rather keep it live because I like the spontaneity. I like the fact that this, rather than television in in prime time, or even in recorded shows, my show resembles more so the radio, right? It has that sort of instantaneity, that simultaneity, that spontaneity that a lot of the pre-recorded, polished and edited content does not really have. Yeah, it's hopefully we can keep that spirit alive. Um, is there anything that uh, you all wanted to talk about in terms of new releases, in terms of anything related to watches? I know Mark Cho continued to reveal what is going to be on sale uh, when it comes to his collection. I think at this point the question is, what is he actually keeping? Because it seems like he is selling quite a bit. Um, let's take a quick look through that, and feel free in the meantime um, to intervene, to interject, you know, anything you want to talk about in the chat. If you send it in with a super chat, even better and much more appreciated. But we are here and we are talking watches, so feel free to just send in any questions and requests. Um, so this is in addition to the multi-owner auction that uh, Philips just held in Hong Kong over 2 days. And we were, for the first time, quite privileged to broadcast some of it live here. It's Sorry, what am I saying? We have broadcast some of Christie's stuff, but Philips is of course also holding an auction in Hong Kong, but they will have an online only single owner auction called the Beauty in Everything, that focuses on the significant part of Mark Cho's watch collection, which he decided to part with. He wants to, I mean, for no tragic or dramatic reason, by the way. Thankfully, he's doing just fine. He's also not embittered by anything. He's not. It's not like he's giving up on watches. He simply wants to invest more money in his business, and I think that's admirable because he has built already quite an empire. 2 locations each in Hong Kong and New York for his exquisite shop, Haberdasher, the Armory, which brings together some of the greatest ready-to-wear, made-to-measure, and bespoke menswear articles in single locations. I think the new location they opened in New York, they actually own the place, which is quite amazing for New York, and especially where they opened up. Um, the new address is, yeah, I mean, it's Upper East Side, right? So that's quite amazing and quite admirable. You know, they have always had that store in Tribeca. They had like a pop up in the same, Upper East Side range, and now they have their own location, which they presumably own. They have two locations um, in Hong Kong as well. And as you might know, um, Mark Cho also owns the British um, menswear brand Drake's as well, which of course started with ties, but has grown uh, out and grown up to be so much more. And again, a kind of a lifestyle brand, and it's held by it is held by Mark Cho, but he's also, I think, he has left most of the everyday business and running of the company to Michael Hill, who whose father was a partner to Michael Drake himself. Um, so it's that company is in great hands and great, um, you know, represents some great style as well. But let's go back to watches. So this is one of the watches that Mark Cho is parting with. Apparently, it's lot 846 with an estimated value between 6,400 to 10,300 in US dollars. It is the classic IWC oversized dress watch, Portuguese or Portuguese. Uh, this is the version that was released for the 125th anniversary, um, recreating the one of the iconic calibers. And this is a platinum version. Pardon me, platinum version of it. Um, Two hands with seconds on the sub dial at 6 o'clock. Micho, how are you doing, man?
Oh, what's going on, Lord?
Nice to see you. How you been? Talk to me. Talk to me.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess the holiday season is upon us. But as you've stated, Joe Biden's crushing economy has dwindled the spirits of the American people. Um,
I love it.
so yeah, no, I mean there isn't much to be jolly about at this time of year. I mean, we're looking at an economical depression. We have a complete lunatic as a president, and I hear the Messiah has risen. So they claim.
I would rather talk politics than than uh, than bicker about the Messiah with you, Meech. I mean, it's that's a much more complicated discussion for me. So I would rather table that. I think I mean, look, this guy is not the first lunatic by far to have taken over the American presidency. I would agree with you on that. Um, Honestly, I'm not a partisan person. I'm certainly not a Democrat, um, nor have I ever been, as the McCarthyist used to say. On the other hand, I think the American president is mostly a figurehead, and I'm not trying to suggest something conspiratorial or more sinister. That
He's a puppet, Lord. He's a puppet. The man doesn't even know where the hell he is half the time.
Oh
He's
yeah,
a walking corpse.
I'm not. I mean, to me, I feel like as someone from the Middle East and North Africa, from the region, so to speak. I've always thought that, as Malcolm X once said, the chickens are coming home to roost. In a way, to me, between Donald Trump and Joe Biden, you have like some choice examples of global dictators that have come back to life as American presidents. You have Muammar Gaddafi, the Colonel Gaddafi in Trump, in all his bombastic flair and dictatorship tastes, and in Joe Biden, you have someone like Bouteflika, the Algerian president slash dictator, who in his last legs literally had like two young men propping him up like on each side like this so he could stand up.
That sounds more like FDR, to be honest with you. Although
So,
to be fair, FDR's legs may not have worked, but his balls were certainly there. Let's just say that.
yeah, yeah. I mean, it's look, man, it's a disaster. It's a disaster. I think things are getting from bad to worse. So I don't have any optimism to inject. And I'm generally dark and brooding anyways. So
You and me both. You and me both. Perhaps we're not the proper people to get people into the holiday spirit.
not really.
But jokes aside, yeah, I heard Black Friday was a disappointment in general. Like, it wasn't even like the fact that the turnout wasn't good. I heard like, for example, Walmart was only knocking off like $2 on certain items. Target was only, they were just kind of, I don't know, the deals just weren't there. Like, Target was putting deals and stuff like people wouldn't buy. For
Mm.
example, like, buy one Tupperware. Actually, Tupperware is actually very valuable. I shouldn't say that. I don't know. It's stupid shit. Like buy one mop, get another one for free. It was stupid shit like that.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not sure how much room they have themselves uh, in giving deals, considering the supply issues. I don't know, honestly. I just heard that StreamYard has a Cyber Monday or Cyber Week sale. So let's see what I can snag for them. Maybe I will renew or expand my empire, and StreamYard will help me out.
I did hear Amazon had some pretty decent deals across the board, allegedly. And I heard that their Cyber Monday wasn't too bad either, depending on what you're looking for.
Yeah, Amazon has, year round, Amazon has interesting deals because they started expanding, like, those Prime Days, of course. Um, they have Black Friday, they have Cyber Monday or Cyber Week, even. It's, I mean, of course, we look at the world of watches usually, so we can get very myopic on this channel and on this little patch of YouTube that we roam free. But Amazon, by and large, has monopolized basically anything and everything we buy, right? I remember, in the past when I was still in college, which is not in the last century, but you would like people to believe that, Meech. So let's say when I was in college in the last century, um, when you wanted to buy something, you would still use one of those search engines, which were there in their infancy at the time, right? It wasn't like the kind
Right.
of Google we have now. Nowadays, when you want to buy something random, even before Walmart, you go to Amazon.com or you pull up the Amazon app on your phone. So you first search there, or forget about pulling up an app. You just talk to Alexa. Alexa, what are the best deals, for
Right.
a vacuum cleaner, right? So they have monopolized everything, and that gives them the chance to, of course, give the best deals on everything as well.
Funny you should mention that because before like the peak of COVID hit, I had my financial advisor call me up, and he said, "Have you looked at your portfolio lately?" And I said, "No." I said, "Not really." He said, "Look," he said, "I'm buying heavily into Amazon. I think you should too." And I said, "Oh yeah?" I said, "What gives?" He said, "Well," he said, "look around you. Look on the news. Look in the newspapers. All the small businesses, they're being run out of town. They're being shut down. What do you think is going to supply the groceries? What do you think is going to supply all the electronic entertainment, all the goods? There's only one place for that to handle it at such large and mass production numbers."
You know,
And
the
yeah, it paid off. It paid off. I doubled down in Amazon, and it definitely paid off.
and the funny thing is Mitch, of course, I mean, I'm glad you made the right investment at the time. But when Amazon was when it comes to mom and pop stores, right? Your local bookstore is or was also a mom and pop store. And when Amazon was destroying and decimating them, no one cared, of course, right?
Right.
But that basically, that whole system worked wonders for them and taught them a lesson, and taught a lot of uh, giant internet-based digital native conglomerates a very valuable lesson. If you can get the injection in capital to be able to ride out the storm of deficits, of staying in reds for a few years while you destroy your competition, the future is really bright. That's how Amazon basically gave huge discounts on books, always had free shipping, uh, until they destroyed the corner bookstore, until they ran Borders, out of business, until they ran so many other, record stores like Virgin, Megastore, and whatever else. And finally, they didn't have to give shipping for free. Finally, they didn't have to actually sell books for a loss, sell records for a loss, and they kind of built from there. This is how Uber and Lyft got off the ground as well. They were, all at the behest of angel investors, running on loss year after year. I don't know if that is the case, but the prices have been going up for ride shares. If I don't know if you take any of these things in your neck of woods, but I sometimes depend on them, especially when I want to go out and drink. Um,
You know what? Funny enough, Lord, I'm old school. I actually still take the time to call up a cabbie, and you know what? The cabbies around here, anyways, the cabbie is actually a lot cheaper than an Uber. I remember, make a long story short, I remember, I think it was New Year's, I can't remember, but I stumbled my way into the hotel. My friends there were sitting in the lobby, and they said, "Where the hell did you go?" I said, "Oh, I just took a cab." And they kind of chuckled at the idea. I said, they said, "Oh, I bet you that cost an arm and a leg." And I said, "I don't know. How much did you pay for your Uber?" Now, to be fair, there was four of them. All right. And they said, "Oh, it's $35." And I said, "Oh shit, it only cost me $5." And we had the same distance. Um, so like I said, I'm a little old school. Sometimes.
that's not bad. I thought you were gonna say, with the guys in the cigar lounge, we joke around sometimes, like when we get to drinking, we say, "Well, I'm too drunk to walk, so I'm gonna take the car." So I thought, being old school, you meant that. You just
I mean,
drove home.
I learned the lesson the first time. Put it that way. But I'd still occasionally drive a little buzz between my father's place and my mom's place, and that's not even a mile away. So, worst case scenario, I put the truck in the ditch and I have to walk back home. But even now, I don't even do that anymore. But it's just, yeah. I mean, circling back, I mean, you sometimes feel guilty about turning down the mom and pop shop, but reality is, it's too much. Like, I don't know how would you describe it? Like for like a book, like you mentioned, if you go to a mom and pop shop, they're probably charging $25 for that book, and then you look on Amazon, it's like, oh, $12. It's like you got to go with Amazon. It sucks, but it's the nail in the coffin for the small business. But they have to be at 25 to hit their over under. And it's unfortunate. It really is unfortunate.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's just like how we learn to deal with some of these watch manufacturers that are either now too big in their breeches, or in their britches, I should say, or like watch companies that are now part of luxury conglomerates. Same thing, you learn how to deal with Amazon. I mean, now one thing that's, if Aussie jumps on, he can give you once again, directions to that particular app that tracks price fluctuations on Amazon. But for for newbies like me, or for Luddites like me, really, the best way of doing that is you add things that you don't have to buy immediately from Amazon to your cart, and every so often, you can check where the price has gone, because the price is decided by the algorithm for the most part, and it
Right.
responds to supply and demand. And things you can get for $40 at some point can be at other times $100, or vice versa. You see something for
Right.
$120, and next time you check, it's $40. So anything you don't have to buy immediately on Amazon, just a quick tip: add it to your cart and wait. And you will see a lot of times the prices keep dropping until they don't, until they start ascending again. But you have to look for the right moment. And actually, there is a software for this. If Aussie listens, at least he can enter it in the chat, where you can, in fact, see a whole graph, of the last few months, as to how the price has fluctuated. So you will know when to actually hit. And as far as I know, that app can actually send you an email alert to say, like, okay, give me a heads up when this is selling for less than $50, for example. Um, anyway,
Yeah, like I said, it does suck. I think, make a long story short, I had to look for a piece of furniture, and I stopped into my local mom and pop, quite literally mom and pop shop. They've been in the business for, I think, what, how long? 35 years, give or take. Um, and I was looking at a piece of furniture they had, and you know what? It kind of was a bit of a dick move because they told me what it was going to cost me. It was going to be like $400, and I googled the same thing on Amazon. I'm like, yeah, sorry, I just don't think I'm interested. You could tell, you already knew that. He already knew that I looked it up on Amazon, and he kind of had this hurt look on his face. It is what it is. um, but how do you beat a giant that's controlling everything at this point? I mean, how do you beat him?
you can't.
And I think you can't, other than
Yeah.
customer service. Customer service is everything nowadays.
Yep.
But even
Yep.
then, the good customer service is near dying or just no longer existent.
Yeah, I mean, but you're touching on something. By the way, I think, as far as I remember, it was Keepa. That I sent the link there for the Amazon price fluctuations tracker. I think it's www.keepa.com. So KEEPA.com. You have to offer something that can't be replicated in the digital platform. And like you said, customer service is key, but something that is tangible, something that is personal, something that is face to face, authentic, something that's not so tainted by being corporate, clean cut, streamlined. All of these things are also, again, I'm not just talking in an airy manner. All of these things is what allows usually Amazon to offer you the best deal. But like you said, if you're going to pay a little more locally, you want something else to sweeten that deal for you. You want something that makes you feel special rather than just another customer who orders, a Black Friday or Cyber Monday deal on Amazon.
Exactly. That's when you hit them up for freebies. You get them to throw in the pillows for free. Start taxing, nickel and diming them.
St. Peter says, I will continue to boycott Amazon until they stop union busting and treating their employees like crap.
Yeah, I hear Amazon's not the greatest with their employees, but at the same time, I'm profiting off of them, so I'm going to keep my mouth shut.
Yeah, I have, I order a lot from Amazon, so I'm in the same boat as you, Nietzsche. Yeah, I think unlike you, probably I can do without it, but it has become a habit, and I am a creature of habit. So it's especially during the lockdown, in terms of the groceries, they have me locked in. You know,
Right. Well, I mean, Lord, I mean, you don't have to really disclose much here, but are you an Amazon rewards member?
I'm an Amazon Prime member. I don't have.
So you got the card then?
No, people get very weirded out about this, but I'm very old fashioned. Speaking of being old fashioned, I have I have one and a half credit card. Like I don't like using plastic too much.
You
Whenever
and
I
me, you and me both then. But I would recommend that Amazon card. Like it really is. If you are an Amazon head, so to speak, you'll benefit from it a lot.
Oh
I
yeah?
use my Amazon card way more than I use my Amex.
Okay. Okay, maybe I will give up one of those, like, one and a half credit cards and get an Amazon instead, because that's literally what I do. If I feel like I'm not getting a lot of benefits from a card, I just cut it up, cancel it, and move on to something else. So maybe it's time to switch to Amazon, if and double down. And I do, on a sentimental level, I agree with St. Peter, but I would be a hypocrite to say that that's exactly what I think, because I don't do anything about it. In fact, I shop from Amazon basically on a weekly basis. So, and Whole Foods is Amazon too, of course. Whether you shop on location or not, or get delivery, that is what it is. Um, yeah. So, Mish, did you decide whether you are retiring or taking a sabbatical from this watch collecting career of yours?
Yeah, I think I am actually. I mean, it's nice to be at peace with the majority of the collection. Actually, the collection is complete now. The GMT was the final piece that needed to be kind of placed in there. Um,
Hmm.
I just I threw three Rolexes in the safe. The rest are in a undisclosed location, and I think I'm done. I think I'm done for a while. I guess I don't know. I'm really hoping my boutique doesn't hit me in the jaw with a day date 36 towards the end of the year here, because that would be a devastating financial blow. I'll admit, there's no way I'll be able to swing that fucking thing. Credit cards be damned. And the funny thing is, like, they dropped it a little bit because I don't know, they worded it weird. Like when they gave me the back row, they said, "Oh, well, now you can get the day date," and I never acknowledged it. I just kind of laughed it off, and they just kind of smirked too, and we just kind of kept going. So I don't know. I just can't afford it right now. I'll be honest.
Well, here's what I will do. I'll post the link also to the collection review that I did with you, Mitch, a while
Actually,
ago.
we should honestly update that. We should redo that because there's so much that's changed with that collection already, and it's finalized now. Honestly,
That's what I was gonna say. I would be more than happy to do that. Once I get to New York, maybe we can set down a time. But I do want a quick update, if you don't mind.
yeah, no, I
Because
agree.
what have you moved? What have you gotten? I more or less know what you have gotten, but I'm not entirely clear on what you may have moved on.
I think based off our last collection review, the Cartier's gone and the Seiko's gone. So that's about the only thing that got kind of got moved around.
And tell me again why, because you love the Cartier Santos, and
Absolutely.
I do too, by the way, to, at least from a distance, at least as a design. And I do like the modern version as well. What exactly happened? Why did you want to move it on?
It just basically came down to me being an asshole, like I typically am. But it just came down to them kind of beating around the bush, thing. We may or may not replace the movement in your watch with a refurbished one. Um, and I was a little bit jaded that the watch started having movement problems not even a year in as well. I don't know. Perhaps that's me being a little bit harsh, but for I don't know what the fuck did I pay for that fucking thing.
And what was
Um,
it? I mean, if you don't mind, what were the problems that the movement was having exactly?
so basically the way it was acting would be like you would set the time to 1 o'clock, right? And then you would push the crown in and you would give it the infamous 30 winds. And then you would have to pop the crown back out and then throw it back in order for it to pick up and start running. Um, so basically, the way it was described to me from both the Rolex and a Patek dealer was it's
Uh-huh.
basically a delay of time. So basically, it said, oh, there's probably something loose in your movement. It's a very minor fix if you find somebody who's willing to work on it. And they said, realistically, that to service it, it probably wouldn't be no more than $500 at max. They said you probably just have like a gear loose or a pin loose in there.
Yeah.
And anyway, so on and so forth. And I tried calling multiple official Cartier dealers on this, and I could not get anybody on the phone. Nobody. So I ended up calling the the Minnesota store that I originally bought it from, and they lost their Cartier license. And they said, "Well, we can service it for you. Just bring it in, and we'll take care of you." Which, yeah, when I go on the record and say, yeah, they were more than accommodating. But given that they moved to their new location, which it went from about like an hour and a half drive from where I'm at to then officially a 3.5 hour drive because they moved up further in the state. I said, well, can I just ship it to you? And they said, yeah, you can ship it to us. I said, can you pay for the shipping? Ooh, we can't do that. Nope, sorry, we won't. And I said, well, will you pay for the shipping to ship it to Cartier? Ooh, we can't do that either. Nope, sorry, we won't do that. And I said, well, can you please tell me, are you going to replace the movement with a refurbished one? They said, well, we'll make a few phone calls, and they did manage to get me in touch with the Cartier service rep at the Cartier service center, and we went back and forth for probably about an hour, and finally, I got about as much as a clear answer out of them as I could possibly get, and basically, in a nutshell, they said, look, we will replace the movement in your watch if Cartier deems the service to be outdated. To which I replied, at what period and what point does Cartier classify their movements to be outdated? And she would refuse to answer this question. Like, she would just refuse to flat out answer it. It was always, just ship it to us and we'll figure it out then. Or just, it was never just a straightforward answer. I said, so are you going to replace it with a refurbished movement? She said, most likely we would replace it if we deem it out of service. So I said, you know what? Screw this shit. I'm not gonna fucking put up with this shit. And I just, I found a gentleman who wanted to buy it. I told him, hey, this watch needs service. I said, if you got an independent dealer, sounds like it's an easy fix. And I gave him a sweet deal on it. I said it's still under warranty. It's got all 7 years of warranty still tacked onto it. I said you're covered, and so on and so forth. And as far as I know, actually, I haven't gotten a message back from him, so everything must be running fine.
Or
But
he can maybe he's less picky about what Cartier would do with it. So since it's
yeah,
under warranty, they will take perhaps a few months, and at worst, they will send him a new old watch, right? Either a refurbished
right.
watch or a watch with a refurbished movement or watch with a new movement. Who knows? Because they don't disclose that kind of detail.
Yeah, and I know he said he was going to talk to his dealer, or not his dealer, his independent first. But I think, yeah, he said, well, push comes to shove. He said, I'm guaranteed a new watch regardless, essentially, which is a very accurate statement. Because the watch was no more than a year old, and he's going to get a refurbished movement stuffed inside it. So either way, yeah, he was covered.
Look, I mean, the thing with when it's under warranty, it's one thing, of course, but the thing with not having an independent watchmaker that you can trust at all times, and with most, if not all, watches, is that you are not beholden to sometimes year-long waits from these big brands that are also not very transparent about their processes. Whereas if you have a local watchmaker whom you can trust, you know exactly who is working on your watch. You know exactly the kind of experience and expertise that person has. And at the end of the day, you will get your watch back so much faster, end up paying so much less, right? Warranty accepted, of course. And you know exactly what's been worked on in terms of your watch, whereas some brands are just not very transparent.
Right. And I think another thing that irked me a little bit is I didn't wear the Cartier that much. I've always said the Cartier was in a formal dress watch, so I basically only wore it in a formal event, i.e., being a strip club. But that's beside the point. So I maybe wore it maybe about 10 to 12 times, maybe 12 to 15. I take that back, 12 to 15 times, and that's what maybe I don't know, 5 hours out of the day, give or take. So to
Okay.
have the movement fail like that is a bit interesting with, in my opinion, light use. Um, and
It is.
I kind of look back on it and look and see like, well, if it was gonna fail once with light use, I bet you'd fail twice with heavy use. So who knows?
I mean, it's hard to speculate on these things, but you're absolutely right at some level, in the sense that you know like there are aspects of what there are legitimate reasons as to why some people have a certain aversion to what are sometimes called fashion watches. And I think it's mostly unfair, and it's certainly unfair to characterize Cartier with one broad brush as a fashion watch. But we also know that watches are not necessarily a priority at Cartier. And if they are a priority mostly as aesthetic objects, as men's jewelry and as women's jewelry as well, of course, and anything in between, as you know.
Right.
Um, at the end of the day, it your experience, again, it's one experience, it's one data point, it's just an anecdote, tells me that uh, perhaps they have caught on to ways of presenting their product in the contemporary watch market, but they still have much to aspire to and much to get to, much to reach in terms of the service they provide, in terms of the warranty they give from a horological standpoint. Maybe that's still a little lacking.
You know, and it really is a shame because I actually do love Cartier, and I wouldn't. God, it would be hard for me to say no if I had a Cartier deal around here and I seen a Santos again. I really did thoroughly enjoy the watch. It definitely got a lot of compliments. It got a lot of attention. It's certainly one of the more unique watches that were in the collection as a whole. And I don't know if I'd ever buy one ever again, but it would be very tempting. Who knows? Time will tell.
Yeah, I think, again, it's Cartier of all stripes appeals to me. There are so many different designs that I like by them. Vintage, neo vintage, contemporary. I think they have earned where they have arrived, which is the runners-up spot right after Rolex in terms of both the revenue generated and the number of units sold. But maybe they still have some improvements to make in terms of the service they provide. I mean, again, it's just one data point. It's just your experience, so I hesitate to generalize on that basis, but it's not very encouraging.
Correct.
So you brought in Santos is out, the Grand Seiko GMT is out, and you got your Bluesy, you got your Batman. Did you get in anything else that I missed?
No. Funny enough, actually, I was actually in talks with a dealer. I believe that was out in Philadelphia, and before I got the Batgirl, I was actually talking numbers with him about an Explorer 2. Yeah, I believe he wanted like I don't know, 7.5 for it. Box papers, I believe it was like a 2002 model. And funny enough, he actually just never reached out to me. It was on a Saturday, and I asked him. I said, because I did find him on Chrono 24. I said, hey, can we talk a little bit? See some pictures, see some photos, talk in person. He said, oh yeah. I'll call you on Monday, and I just never got a phone call from him. And as much of a dick move as it would be, I would probably just ignore his phone call now. Because obviously I've got the background now, so I have no use for an Explorer 2.
No, I mean it's not a dick move at all. I mean it's the terms are the terms. If he was supposed to reach to you on Monday, which by now is probably what, a month ago?
No. 3 days. No. Excuse me, a week.
Okay, I mean that's still a week.
Right.
It is what it is.
But I really feel bad for my Omega rep, because he is a Breitling rep as well, and I keep giving him. I keep playing cat and mouse with him a little bit. I don't really mean to, but that's kind of the way I am. But I asked him. I said, "Hey, can you give me a blue dial Chrono Sport?" And we've been going back and forth here for maybe about 2 weeks, give or take. And he sent me an email saying, "Hey man, I've got the green, I've got the white, and I've got the gray in." He's like, "Can you remind me which color you wanted?" I said, "I wanted the blue." He was gonna give me a sweet deal on it too. It's gonna be for like, what the hell? It was under $5,000, put it that way. Anyways, I get an email from him again. He said, "Hey, I've got a line in." He said, "I'm pretty sure I'm gonna have 2 blue ones coming in. When can you make it up here? Because this is gonna be a cash deal, and I had to I physically drive up and see him." And I felt so bad because it's like this is the second time I've had to do it to him. I said, "Look," I said, "I'm really sorry, but I just got a call from a Batgirl." I said, I don't mean to leave you hanging here with this blue Breitling GMT, but I said I gotta go the way I gotta go. He said, "Hey man, don't worry about it." He said, "I completely understand." He said, "I'm pretty sure I've got another buyer willing to buy this." He said, "The blue is absolutely gorgeous, though." He said, "Would you like to see some photos of it?" And I probably should have said yes, but I said no. That's all right. But yeah, I could have had the Chrono GMT as well.
And you were interested in the Chronomat, the new Chronomat 40, right? That's
correct.
Here I have a picture of it from Watches of Swaziland, which is our
Now,
favorite,
let me be clear. I believe this watch is a pile of shit at $6.5 grand. I would not buy this at fucking retail. Let me tell you that. But I believe, if I remember correctly, I'd have to look back at my notes, he was going to offer it to me for like, I don't know what. I think he was going to offer it to me for like $4,500.
Okay.
Which would have been an absolute fucking snipe for this watch.
Everything after all is said and done, or 45 plus tax?
So it would have been, yeah, I don't know. For some reason, I thought this watch was more than this. So I believe I called him up. He said, look, if you do a cash wire, I'll do 5,000 right on the nose plus the tax. He said, if you do it by credit card, he said, I will do 5,040 plus tax. And then, I kind of, I said, all right. I said, I said, it's about an hour drive, an hour and some odd minute drive for me to go up there. I said, look, you know how far I am, right? I said, what if I make a special trip up to you and we just shoot the shit and, I buy a new watch from you? I said, if you wanted to do that, pay it in cash, call it $4,500. We'll call it a day. And, yeah, that was going to be the original deal.
That's not a bad deal. Again, for for a Kohler GMT watch that's based on an ETA movement, I think that's still a lot of money. But as I was saying earlier, even though we were talking about a much cheaper watch in the Baltic Tricompax, sometimes you pay for design, right? And if you like this design, it is what it is. And I love the bullet bracelet. I think it's one of those iconic bracelet designs that have stood the test of time in terms of the Breitling style. So this is an interesting watch. This is a handsome watch. I actually like the way it looks and sits on the wrist much better than the colorful Super Ocean Heritages that they just came out with for the summer.
It's thinner than a sub. I think it's barely even like, I don't even think it's 12 millimeters. I think it's like 11.8 or something like that. I can't remember.
No, I think this wears really well. And look, again, it's less than 12, 11.7.
Yeah. And then it has a date complication to it, and then that red GMT hand just pops on this blue. I think it looks probably the best out of all of them. It wouldn't have been a bad option for a daily beater.
Not at all. Not at all. But again, I think, I would, for me, a daily beater is a category, for me, again, personally speaking, under 1K. And I think, for an absolute limit, I would say maybe 2K. But everyone has different standards, of course. I also, what is a daily beater? Except for the gym and to the pool, I wear everything that I own just about anywhere and every day. So I don't like keeping things in the box for too long. I don't like keeping things in the vault for years at a time. They
Right.
they to be in constant rotation for me to justify. For me, luxury has to be part of the everyday in some way or fashion. I mean, if you don't get to enjoy it, if you don't get to experience it, if you don't get to make memories with it, what is it worth?
Exactly. What's the point of even purchasing?
Yeah, so I'm happy with my approach, but I do understand when people have other standards too. I mean, I love, again, I'm wearing a Seiko today. I'm still moving, so um, I have been carrying around some stuff, and I just wanted to wear something that I wouldn't mind banging about, and that I'm still enjoying. So it's you know,
Hey, I'm not laughing at you, Lord. It just long story short here again. I So I went to the gentleman's club the day I bought this Batgirl because it's my birthday, and we
yes,
decided to round off the night that way. And there was a girl there, a dancer who um, I hadn't seen in quite some time. Actually, we actually had quite the interesting relationship. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. And she seen the watch and she said, "Oh my God, what is that?" And I showed it to her, and she geeked out at it. And I said, "Here, try it on." And I took it off and I slid it onto her wrist, and it actually looked absolutely great on her. I must admit, I must attest. And I kind of lost track of the time, and so did she. And it was her turn to be on stage, and she's like, "Oh shit!" And she had to like get up and go. Now I trust her. I trusted her enough, 100% with this watch. 100%. And she even turned around and said, "Hey, do you want this? Want this back?" And they called her name again, and I said, "No, just go do your thing on the stage." And
nice.
she's like, "All right." And she turns around and she heads up to the stage, and I'm sitting there on the stage there, and I can tell like her dance routine is very stiff. Like it's very like she's not comfortable dancing with it on. And she goes back to reach for the pole, and she misses, and all of a sudden you can hear this
Oh,
cling.
oh,
and and I knew right away, like, oh sweet Jesus. I said, please God, please not let it be on the crystal. And she looked down at it real quick, and she looked back at me and she gave me a thumbs up. And she came back down off stage after her set, and she's like, "Do you have insurance on this thing?" I'm like, "Nah, I just bought it today." And she's like, "What the fuck is wrong with you?" And she takes it off and then reaches for my hand and puts it in my hand. She's like, "Don't ever do something that fucking stupid with me ever again." And I just couldn't help but laugh at it. uh,
I
it's
mean,
it's one of those moments, man. It's one of those moments.
no, that's look, I mean, that's a great memory if you ask me, and ultimately, I mean, look, I'll tell you this: when I was a kid, we had this perverse custom in my school. Whenever someone came to school with a new pair of shoes, someone would step on them to properly christen them.
Mm.
And on the one hand, you can say it's nasty, it's vicious, it's cruel, it's vinyl. On the other hand, when you think about it, especially with the hindsight, that all these years provide, it's really a way of helping you get over that initial feeling of like, oh, I just got this watch. I don't want to, I don't want to wear it. I don't want to bang it. I don't want to scratch it. I don't want. I. It lets you get over that. When you get that first scratch, first nick, whatever it is, first brush with reality, the mentality changes almost immediately. Suddenly, that is your watch. Suddenly, that is, that is a mark. That is a trace of the life you started living with the watch, the memories you started building with the watch. And none of my watches had the honor of being on stage in a quote unquote gentleman's club. But, I have
Yeah,
also,
no, I mean, it looked like a legitimate bracelet on her. Given that it didn't really have that much. I mean, the watch still looks great in condition right now, but it did look like a bracelet on her. The way the lights were kind of bouncing off the Jubilee. It actually looked really cool.
yeah, especially, I mean, Jubilee with polished, of course, So, I mean, it must have been gleaming. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
properly christened now. That's what I wanted to say. Back or
and
back.
somebody asked me, is like, well, don't you ever stress about strippers and wearing a Rolex? And for a Minneapolis club, I probably would stress it a lot, but around here, everyone kind of knows everyone enough. I mean, you can kind of gauge it on who you can trust. And I don't know. I'm pretty sure I told you this story, but I have a buddy of mine, a coworker actually that I used to work with. He actually brought a stripper back home to his apartment with him, and he had a Submariner. He had the date Submariner, and he's telling me, he's like, oh, I woke up and my Submariner was gone, was off the wrist. He said I was in bed with my pants down, and he's, of course, I obviously panicked. It wasn't on the nightstand, and he kind of stumbled out, and then in his kitchen, his Submariner was hanging off the like the banana rack, like the little rack you put your bananas on, to keep them like off the counter. It was hanging off that, and he later discovered that I guess he was just like tossing and turning around, kind of flaring his arms around so much that the stripper actually took it off of his wrist and just threw it on the banana rack there because she didn't want him to actually crack it on the doorway or him falling and smashing the crystal. Um, which is and she just left because the business that they were supposed to attend to just didn't happen. I guess he passed out as soon as they got into the bedroom. But you probably couldn't do that you probably couldn't get away with that in Vegas. That watch would probably be gone if you were in Vegas or anywhere else in a circumstance like that.
Um, do you watch Curb Your Enthusiasm at all, or did you?
Yeah, actually, the name rings a bell.
The Larry David show?
Oh, like, is that the what would you? Is he also the host of What Would You Do? Essentially.
Well, he's the creator or one of the creators of Seinfeld.
Okay. We might be thinking two different. I know the Curb Your Enthusiasm rings a bell for some reason.
Yeah, so I mean, if you don't know the show, it's both hard to explain or not hard to explain, because at the end of the day, it's just the daily life of a cantankerous old Jewish guy in Los Angeles. I mean, there's nothing more profound to it, but it's very funny. And there's this, and I mean, he is playing himself, right? The Larry David, the co-creator of Seinfeld. So he
Right.
gets into all these. He travels and traffics in certain circles, and he gets into all these awkward situations. And one of which is this dinner party that he goes in. God knows where. Like, they get lost in the road, him and his wife, a couple of times, and they have some strange encounters with someone that he wronged in some way, and he refuses to give him the directions, and then they end up at the same dinner party, and suddenly someone says, "Oh, that's a nice watch. Can I take a look at that?" And the guy, Larry David hands over the watch. The guy takes the watch, and then of course he ends up doing something stupid that gets him kicked out of the house. And by the time they get to the car, he realizes that he doesn't have his watch, right? That the guy still has it, and they bicker, and he's like, should I go back, should I not? Finally he goes back, like, that somehow ingratiates himself with the host again, makes his way into there, and the guy is just like, the guy who was taking a look at the watch casually is still wearing the watch on his wrist, and like, just so it's weird sometimes, and really shows you at the end of the day, when we have these meetings with other watch enthusiasts, we are so easy and careless with things. And I actually appreciate it, and we should be, because there is an implicit trust there. Hey, I'm handing you my watch, and I know you'll take care of it as if it were your own, without,
Right.
of course, making it your own. But at the end of the day, you realize in normal life situations, right? When you hand someone your watch, and that person is not necessarily a nerd like us, or watch collector like us, or watch enthusiast like us, and they might do something quite different with it. I'm not necessarily saying they would run away with it, but the way an average person deals with watches, handles watches, is just completely different to how people who love watches deal with watches.
And it's different if they know, how do I say this? Like, okay, for example, like she knew that the Rolex, it was expensive, and but she didn't know how expensive, and she didn't know when I got it, how I got it. So she obviously felt very uncomfortable wearing it, but at the same time wanted to wear it. As where I met a gentleman who, he knows what it is, he knows what the value of it is, and he knows it's expensive, and he just kind of casually slaps it on the wrist, and he's like, "Oh yeah, cool," and he just kind of tosses it back to you. Like you said, you just never know. You just never know how people are going to react to it.
And but just so you know, by the way, I think people have gone through some pains to identify it, but ultimately, I think this is the watch that Larry David was wearing in that show. People said it must have been a Patek Gondolo. Some said it's a Longines, but I think ultimately it's a Baume Mercier Hampton, which is Baume Mercier's Art Deco rectangular watch with a kind of champagne / salmon dial. So it's certainly, at least in terms of material worth, it's certainly no Rolex, but he was quite beat up about it. And it was like, his wife's gift and whatever, in the show, at least that was the premise. So he feels obliged to go back, even though he doesn't want to go back. And the other guy had already, by the time he came back in 10 minutes, the other guy had made it his own. So you never know what goes on other people's minds. But it's usually something as simple as, like, you would, like, someone who doesn't handle watches a lot, you would pass them your watch, and they might just, like, put it on the table and just slide it, like, on the table or something back to you.
Right.
And scratch the entire case back or something. Again, nothing major, but we don't do that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
But you know what? Funny enough, speaking of other brands here, I did stop into my boutique where I got the back row from, and gave. Technically, the sales rep who sold this to me is a temporary sales rep, because my original sales rep is out on maternity leave. I believe she'll be back next week. Honestly, she's been gone for like 3 months now. Anyways, I gave her a gift, and then I gave the owners a gift as well. Bottles of champagne all around, essentially. And all of a sudden, I see the I don't know what you would call it. Basically, the service manager. Although they really don't have the means to service. She mainly just services on the jewelry side, but she knows a little bit about watches. And she's coming over with this big gentleman here. And she says, "Oh, so and so allegedly knows you here." And I said, and I took one look at him. I was like, "Okay, the face is familiar. I can't remember the name." And he said, "Oh yeah." He's like, "Yeah, we know each other." And he said, "I used to work at the Citizens AD, about across town here."
Mm.
And I said, "Oh yes, that's right." He said, "Yeah, you know," he said, "He's a lovely client." He went on to say, he always comes in, he always says hi, you know, buys a few things from us, and he's like, "I'm always, you know, changing straps on his watches and whatnot." And I said, "Oh, you know," I said, "Yeah, yeah, yeah." And we shook hands, and I said, "You working here officially?" He said, "Yes." He said, "I'm doing the service, or part of the service team here at the Rolex Boutique." And I said, "Good to know. Good to know." So, you know, you just never know. Sometimes your local Seiko dealer, your local Movado dealer might hit the big times, might hit the big leagues. And it's nice to have that feather in the pocket.
No, I mean, it's also, again, we have to take kind of a view of the bigger picture sometimes. I just helped someone who also has a two-tone Rolex Datejust, whom which he was wearing daily. I helped him with a rectangular Royal Oak clone of a Seiko from the same time period, right?
Right.
It's a quartz watch. I just took it to my friend, who very quickly handled the battery change and didn't even bother to charge anything at all for it. Um, and now I see my other friend, and every day I see him wearing that same watch, and I was like, what's the deal? Why you're not wearing your Rolex anymore? You seem to be enjoying this watch a little bit, and it's a beautiful watch, by the way. The dial has this sort of like houndstooth kind of pattern. um, it's really a beautiful piece. And he tells me this story about, like, his uncle getting him that watch as a graduation present when he was a teenager. So now, like, with that quick battery change, suddenly this has become his new old favorite watch. So people have all these different ways of relating to different watches, independent of the brand, independent of the movement in it. And it's not always the same way that we relate to it when we geek out about, like, oh, would they put a refurbished movement inside it? That's not okay. I can't have that. um, so
Or
it's, it's
would they scratch the lugs when they're putting on a new strap? You know, it's like,
sometimes it's good to see how the pedestrian, the civilian, relates to watches. And it really gives you a new perspective and a different kind of appreciation, because not everyone nitpicks about all these minute details as we do, and it's not always the best way of thinking about watches.
right, right. Actually, you know, funny enough, I also remember that night. I was waiting at the bar for my drink, and the gentleman, I don't know, he's extremely tall, came up to me and he said, "Excuse me, sir, but what is that?" And he pointed at my wrist, and "Well, it's a GMT." I said, "It's on a Jubilee bracelet."
Mm.
And he said, "Yeah, but," he said, "That's something different, isn't it?" He said, "I've noticed a few of the girls kind of looking at it, and you had another individual wearing it." And I said, "Yeah." I said, "You know what?" I said, "Screw it." I said, "Yeah, it's a Rolex." And I noticed he was wearing a watch himself too, and it was cheap, nasty, vinyl, vicious, garbage, garbage. But you know what? The gentleman was so nice. I didn't say anything, you know. And he was actually kind of self-aware of what he was wearing. He said, "Look," he said, "I just bought this off of a Facebook ad." He said, "Look," he said, "I know it ain't much, but," he said, "I'm trying to get into watches."
Mm.
And this gentleman was probably, I'd want to say, in his mid-30s, give or take. And he said, he told me what his Grail watch was, and I can't fucking remember for the life of me. I can't remember. I don't think it's, and I mean no offense when I say this, but I don't think it was anything in the $1,000 range. I think you might have been talking around 500, $700, which you know what, fair enough. I mean that's still a nice chunk to sling around, I guess. But we had maybe about 2 3 minute conversation about it. He said, "Man, I hope to get to your to your position sometime. It'd be nice to be able to wear a watch like that." And I just kind of ended it this way. I said, "Look, don't rush it." I said, "You got time, and enjoy the ride." It's kind of I think how I ended it. I don't know. I was about 8 beers in at this time, so. Um, but no, I mean, he was a pretty chill guy, and yeah, I mean, like sometimes we kind of forget that we think the rookies are going to be the young kids, the youngins at 21, 22. Um, and there's some people getting into this hobby at 30 or even 50 years old.
Yeah, no, you're right. And it's again like, it really circles back to what we keep talking about on this channel, and what I talk about sometimes with some of my longtime watch collecting friends. I mean, it's like, again, it's still an open question, as I say, whether I am cool in any way or not. So I don't have a claim on that. But you know 10, 15 years ago, watch collecting was like just one notch above collecting stamps. Like it was quite geeky and nerdy, but maybe not as dorky as collecting stamps. And nowadays, that would be like, nowadays even collecting Funko Pops or whatever those are. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I mean, I got to be honest. I know a guy who collects Funko Pops, and I always get underneath his skin a little bit. And I said, "How's the toy collection coming along?" And he'll say, "They're figurines, damn it." Uh,
I'm glad, I'm glad you do that. But even like, we might do that, but by and large, like even that is socially acceptable. But I have to say, like, when I was coming up, collecting watches was not as respected as collecting Funko Pops is today among young people. Like, people really look at you a certain way. Like, it's like, either they would think, if they know the value of these things, they would think that it's extremely vain and unacceptable and undesirable. Like, they I mean, how can you justify spending that much money on a watch of all things?
right. Well, I think
uh,
people put us in the same category now as basically car guys because the amount of money we shell out. Especially if you look about 5 months ago. You got to admit we were shelling out $25,000 like it was fucking nothing, like it was chump change. Uh, and people just kind of said, "Well, you can buy a car for that kind of money." I said, "Yeah, you could, but why would you?" You know, uh, and basically, I don't know. For some reason, there's this little rivalry between the sneakerheads and the watch guys, and like I'll be the first to say, it's not even a close competition. Watches are way more expensive than sneakers. Now, don't get me wrong. I understand some of the sneakers can reach, a couple $1,000,000, but there's so very few and far in between, as where you can have watches consistently made on a production line, so to speak, costing anywhere from 1 million to 500 million on average. Um, it's like you said, it's interesting. We went from the bottom, the laughing stock of collectors, to now being basically prestige. We are the aristocrats
but
looking down on most people.
I think you're right with that analogy as well, because the second thing I was going to say, like, either people would look down on it because you're spending way too much money on something that is unnecessary, because watches were just becoming to be recognized as luxury at the time. They were mostly seen as excess and not as a daily enjoyment of luxury, really. Or they were seen as too niche and too nerdy to be respected, like collecting stamps or something. Or but but it's not a coincidence, right? Because a lot of the most crazy watch collectors, you would you would not be surprised to find out that they collect anything and everything. You know, that a lot of watch collectors have collections that would surprise you, like napkins from certain restaurants or something, like matches from bars around the world. You would find crazy things. But anyway, like you said, with the emergence of watches as an investment grade asset, which is something that I don't really subscribe to. You know, maybe we disagree a little bit on that, and I certainly not take no pride in being part of that perception. Um, I think that that brought something positive as well in terms of how people look at others collecting watches, rather than saying, "Oh, oh, what a nerd," or like, what an irresponsible person, to have spent that much money on something so entirely unnecessary. Nowadays, people are suddenly like, "Do you have connections, with this or that watch brand?
Right.
Can you suggest me this? I'm trying to buy a present I'm trying to buy a present for my husband. Can you help me with this? Can you help me?" So it's suddenly like, you become the watch guy, and people actually respect you for it and don't try to insult you like you do your Funko Pop friend.
I mean, I give him a hard time, but I think he totaled it up one time, and I think it's, for as many as he's got, it's just shy of about 25 grand, which is which is crazy. And I don't know. He figured these numbers out. I don't know if he's just, I don't know if he's figuring it out if, like, God forbid, something happens to him and, like, he has to claim the insurance money off of it, or if they actually jumped up in value. But I would like to know anything's collectible nowadays. I mean, like you said, like napkins, from different restaurants, or like toys. Um, like, oh shit, Lord. I mean, you and me were talking about, and this is months back actually, talking about how old Playboy magazines are legitimately now collectible. And they command like a decent premium. I mean, and by decent premium, I mean like, if you got anything from like 2005 to 2000 current, I mean, it's probably about $2 or $3. But you go from like the 80s to the 90s, you're probably looking at, 10, $25. And if you're
And
sitting on a pile of them,
can you clarify something for me, because I know for at least for a while they had stopped actually using naked pictures. Did they go back to it, or is it?
I thought, I agree. I know where you're coming from. I know exactly what you're going to ask for. And I thought the same thing. I thought, if I remember right, 2015, no, it's either 2015, because Elizabeth Ostrander was 2012. I think they ended full nudes in 2013. And I think they got so much backlash from it that I think in 2015 they went back to doing
Okay.
quote unquote nude magazines, but it's more of a lewd. It ain't like it was like in the 2000s or in the 90s, where you get the full jungle experience, if you will. Um, but I've heard like it. I heard they've gone back to doing traditional photo shoots, kind of. But I do not know.
Full jungle experience, you called it. Okay. That's very
Hey, that's what I've heard. That's what I've heard.
um, look, I mean, to a certain extent, I could see the logic, but it actually reminds me of something. I mean, look, I like you as a person too, but the one of the reasons I like having you on the panel, on the show, especially when it's like one to one, you and me, is because it suddenly becomes a dynamic where you have, lowbrow and highbrow, something very serious and something very lewd, and the conversation can fluctuate from one end to the other at any point in time. And I think ultimately that was the kind of outlet that Playboy represented, right? You had like you said, the full jungle experience in terms of the photo shoots, but some of the writing, in terms of the interviews or some of the long form stuff, was actually pretty good. Like it was well written stuff. Um,
Correct. I think Penthouse Forum actually went down the shitter because they so for a while they used to, from my understanding, Penthouse Forum used to have like a massive like section, like they had like 3 or 4 pages of people's experiences, right? And some of them were just fucking hilarious. Like they weren't taken seriously. And then I guess Penthouse Forum pushed everything to online. Now they have like 1 or 2 blurbs of people writing in their stories, and it's like, I've heard it's just not the same. But yeah, like Playboy had, when you look at Playboy, especially the last 5 years, Playboy kind of became what Maximum was. It's more of a men's Esquire type magazine with a little bit of lewd content. I think, kind of in a nutshell, Playboy really lost the plot to a degree, but I really do love their holiday special ones. I had one. I actually had 2 holiday special ones, and mainly because I love the holiday special ones because of the lewd cartoons. So I remember one where some guy, it was the cartoon where Santa Claus was actually taking a piss on a candy cane, and it froze. And I forgot what the caption was, but it was just Santa Claus with his pants down, and just like, his dick is frozen to the candy cane. And I thought it was kind of fucking hilarious. I don't know, maybe that's the juvenile in me, but like you said, Playboy just never really took itself 100% seriously. It had the perfect. It was like a cocktail. It had the perfect mix.
right, right. So it's like, I understand some of the idea in the sense that, like, well, nudity is now, pervasive. It's everywhere. We don't have to have it in this magazine, and it's misogynistic anyways. Whatever the fuck that means. And let's go in another direction. But like you said, and like I was saying earlier, that magazine was about the juxtaposition. It was about this sort of high cultural writing, right? I mean, there's so many great writers like Norman Mailer, Jack Kerouac, uh, Gabriel Garcia Marquez, Haruki Murakami, like all these ridiculously important. Kurt Vonnegut. I think Ian Fleming's Bond novel on her Majesty's Secret Service was like published in Playboy in fragments. Like all this stuff being published in juxtaposition to nudity was what made that a heady blend of lowbrow and highbrow, serious and lewd. It was just a beautiful mix. You can't just let go of the nudity and expect to be taken seriously. You have to have the sense of humor.
Right.
To
And I
have,
think
have the le-
nudity aside, I think the issues that really bring in the money that are still sealed, like I said, most adult stores will not take magazines for obvious fucking reasons, that are not sealed properly. But I think the issues that really were the money makers were the political ones, Vietnam,
yeah,
Afghanistan, any major event in history, Playboy did cover, and those are the issues that you really want. Those are the issues that would probably get you 25, $50, if they're in good condition still, because it would. When you think about it, Playboy covering political issues or even world issues is kind of a comical thing in itself. Maybe it's a bit macabre, but it's something you wouldn't normally think should be paired together.
yeah, and for that reason, I guess it had a very unique appeal, right? Because not everyone wants to get their cultural criticism from the newspaper of record or the New Yorker, or like some Playboy kind of is is a neutral when it comes to that kind of thing, right? You don't associate it with any part of political viewpoint. Um, yeah, it's just
Yeah, I gotta be honest though, Lord. When it comes to me getting my political information, there's no other paper that I trust more than the Onion.
the Onion. I mean, the Onion stopped being funny, I think, in the last few years. It's just it's gotten real, man. It's gotten real. It's
I did see like a news article where the Onion's actually funny on the platforms of Facebook and Twitter, but I did see one headline that the Onion kind of came out with like, what the fuck was it? How did they word it? Boy incapable of 12-year-old boy incapable of finishing a 64-ounce porterhouse in under fucking 2 hours. I just thought that was funny.
man. I mean, it's
Yeah,
I
I don't know. I don't think Playboy's bounced back, honestly. I know quite a few girls who wanted to redo photo shoots, some big names too, from various industries, from the adult entertainment industries, from the WWE to even athletes wanted to do a few photo shoots with them, and then Playboy just kind of said, "Nah, screw it. We're gonna be good Christian people. We're just gonna drink water and read the Bible on weekends." And I guess ever since they came back, they haven't really done too well.
mm, yeah, I mean, it's again, maybe there's a lesson, there's a larger lesson in there. You really have to know as a brand, as even a cultural icon, and we have at least a handful of those in the watch industry, in the horological world. You have to know what makes you special, and you have to make sure that you don't make any rash decisions that make you lose that, because you might not be able to gain it back so easily.
Correct. And I don't know. I guess that's what made Playboy unique. I mean, it just wasn't one group in particular. It just wasn't adult entertainers. It was celebrities, big house names. I don't know if I don't know. It wouldn't surprise me if Marilyn Monroe actually did a cover for Playboy, but you had like big names like that, joining Playboy, names that you wouldn't think would be in on the cover. Um, but yeah, no, it is what it is. I know they're collectible. They're not nearly as valuable as some other assets out there, like comic books. Comic books I hear are fucking an insane investment, and extremely lucrative. Um,
And
but that's neither here nor there.
that's another thing, right? It was like um reading comic books was certainly not a cool thing, and somehow with the way that Iron Man took off, with the way that Marvel and also the DC Comics universe to a certain extent have started monopolizing the entire movie industry. um, that's now a cultural trend that you cannot ignore. In fact, it's the main cultural event, at least in terms of the movies. um,
If you want to be in the know, you in theory start there first before you go to the movies.
right. No, I mean, I don't deny that, but really the fact that there are now so many superhero movies, comics based movies, etc., it's become not only acceptable but desirable that you not only watch those movies but read comics, whereas
Right.
it was something geeky, something nerdy, something entirely undesirable when I was coming up anyways.
Yeah, I see. I've just started following a few YouTubers in the comic book world, and I guess they're kind of going through they're hitting an interesting patch here because as collectors themselves, much like we like our watches, we like everything original, right? We want it. If it's a vintage, we want everything to be original. The problem with comic books is it's controversial. Because I remember watching one YouTuber guy. He said, "Look, he said full disclosure, just for Captain America, it's like one of the one of the early sets of Captain America. He said, "Look," he said, "if you're going to read this comic," he said, "full disclosure, the writing is dated." He said, "The writing is dated, and if you do not like dated writing, this book is not for you." He said, "As a collector myself," he said, "I appreciate this artwork." And he said, "At some point in time," he said, "I feel like these particular comics in general will eventually be phased out and
But
no
what does it,
longer."
can you explain what it means for the writing to be dated in a comic book?
Okay, so there's this. Okay, so there's this comic book scene where Captain America is fighting the Japanese, right? The Japanese are, they're henchmen or whatever. And Captain America may or may not say some derogatory terms that were, quite common back in the day. And they just leave it in the writing. Now, as far as I know, there's nothing too vulgar, but it's I don't that's what I mean by like the writing is dated.
And,
It's no
and of
longer
course,
acceptable.
of course, as an Asian American, you took that very personally, right, Bigby?
Of course, absolutely. I immediately filed a lawsuit with Marvel. It's pending. But I mean, I get what he means. But like, okay, yeah, the writing is dated, and yeah, I'm a little surprised. Maybe cancel culture doesn't give a shit about that stuff. But I get what he means. He said, like, yeah, he said eventually, he said, I feel like some of these older comics will eventually be either rewritten or completely phased out. Which is for something like that possible. But I feel like it would take a massive. It would take extremely long time to purge something of that magnitude.
I mean, look, I'll say this. I love, see, late 50s, 60s Hollywood movies. I adore them, and one of my favorites is actually Breakfast at Tiffany's. Um, I don't know if you have watched it, but there's a character, right? That's played by a white guy who is basically made up to supposedly look Japanese. That's the landlord of the title character. Um, and it's just, I mean, it's very hard to watch the particular scenes that involve him. I'm not sure if if it makes the entire movie unwatchable. I would say no. Uh, but some stuff can be outdated, and I think maybe it should be contextualized. Maybe it should um, maybe it should be introduced a certain way. I completely agree with that, but I think a lot of times it's not really worth throwing the baby out with the bathwater, so to speak. I think it's much
I
more
agree.
to in fact approach these things a certain way and understand what they meant at the time and what they mean now, than simply say, well, it's racist, so let's burn the tapes entirely.
Right. Right. I mean, I agree wholeheartedly. Excuse me. I guess I don't know. I guess my only complaint, I do have a reprint. Of I have a couple of reprints actually. I actually have one very popular reprint of Wolverine. It's actually a great comic. Honestly, it's the most recommended Wolverine comic that
Hmm.
is most spoke of. Anyhow, I got the reprint, and I guess my only complaint is the fucking frames. It's amazing. It's amazing to see the evolution of frames. So you go from like 8 frames on one page to like maybe 4 frames on a comic, which it makes the writing so much fucking easier to read. I mean, when you're an elderly man like myself, I mean, I have to squint to read the shit. Because not only do you have 8 frames, you got all the artwork on there, and then you got all the character sayings, and of course, back in the older comics, they had them fucking saying like basically paragraphs upon paragraphs of dialogue, which basically cluttered the fucking pages even more.
You're essentially asking for the Reader's Digest version of comics. Is
I'm
that what it?
basically asking for the fucking cliff notes of a particular comic book. Yeah, that's what I'm asking for. Jesus, I mean, I thought comic books were supposed to be, glorified picture books. I'm not here to read the Webster's dictionary. Um, but that'd be my only complaint on older comics, if anything. The older writing, if you will, I can handle that personally. I don't read too much into it. I mean, the way I look at it, it's a work of fiction regardless. So whatever.
Yeah, it's that's funny though. Um, uh, have you been watching the World Cup at all?
I
Or
no, I never got into football. I never really catch the hype for football. Football. No, I actually watch real football like a true American.
I'm always, of course, puzzled by the fact that, again, uh, when I was actually an athlete, I was in rowing, so we wore a lot of tights, a lot of spandex, so it's fine. But I've always puzzled. Uh, I was always puzzled to see that uh, football is understood to be the most masculine sport, where people wear tights and pat each other on the buttocks, basically. Can you explain me that? And soccer is supposed to be feminine.
Well, I mean, you got to understand, football. Football's really gotten like legitimate football, if you will, has gotten fucking soft as shit. I mean, it's
Why?
hardly it's basically to a degree, it actually is part of it is actually beneficial. It's basically for the concussion protocols.
Of course.
A lot of some of the biggest athletes did have suffered mental instability. They've had suicidal thoughts. So that part of it actually holds legitimate. But nowadays, like football, it ain't, football. If you want to look at football at its peak, you go from like, at least in my opinion, from my era, you go from like 2002 to 2000. I want to say 2009. That was the sweet spot where you could see a player get lit the fuck up. His helmet comes popping off. His head's still in there. His wife's on the sideline crying. They just throw him on the fucking gurney and they just wheel him off and replace him with another guy. That was football, man. Damn, that was peak. We just didn't know it. We just didn't know it.
Well, I mean, my question to that is, again, being a huge fan of another sport where brain injuries are really, the core of the sport, and I mean boxing. Do you think you can actually keep any version of football without concussions? Like, isn't it just by definition a dangerous sport where you risk serious injury and brain injury especially?
Correct, but that's why we basically have the NCAA, college football. So basically, college football is still I mean, it's starting to the NFL is starting to kind of seep over to college football, but you can still see players get lit the hell up. There's just more passion into it. There's not so much political bullshit involved into it. I mean, like at the end of the day, look, I mean, it sounds primal as fuck, but I mean, who the hell doesn't want to fucking watch another guy absolutely get shit on? You know, it's a modern day gladiators ring, except we have cheerleaders on the side, mascots on the other end. Um,
No, I mean,
I,
I understand that. I know you don't have much sympathy for boxing as a sport, but that's precisely the appeal of boxing for the most
I
part.
don't think in any sport, whether it be hockey, whether it be football, whether it be boxing, I don't think any sport is going to evade the infamous CTE protocols. I think eventually we're gonna get to a point where it's just not the same, and I think we already have. I think the sports are just gonna be lackluster. You know,
Well,
eventually we'll hit a brick wall, right?
with boxing, I think ultimately, um, for better or worse, they have found a compromise, right? That we don't have. First of all, we don't have the fights that never end anymore, which were like early, like in the first half of the 20th century, you would still have people basically fight until someone gives up. And a lot of boxers just don't know how to give up to begin with. And then
Correct.
it became uh, 15 rounds for championship fights, which in the 80s was reduced to 12. And nowadays, I think that's become the norm, and I don't think that gets contested. So it's 12 rounds, 3 minutes for each round for a championship fight. You do have heavier uh, gloves now, and heavier in boxing actually means softer, which is what you make fun of usually,
Big
right?
puffy gloves.
Right. Heavy, a heavier glove actually is puffier, like you said, is more padded, which means that it actually offers more protection to your hands and to your opponent, right? Because ultimately, that's what people a lot of times don't understand. A glove weaponizes your hand. I don't know, many people haven't, thankfully, taken part in street fights. You do not hit people on the head in street fights because you can you're limiting your, like, you basically have one bullet if you want to hit people in the face, because chances are if you do hit them right, you'll also break your hand. So you're done
Right.
for the rest of the fight, which
I'm
means.
surprised they still allow headshots though in general. It's surprising.
So ultimately, gloving up actually allows you to weaponize your hands because you can keep hitting people repeatedly on the head. Whereas in times of yore, kind of gentleman's rules of boxing, um, the protection was so low on the hands that you usually couldn't hit people on the face or on the head because you would risk breaking your hand. So
Hmm.
now they have basically scaled it back a little bit because you have more padding on the gloves by and large. Still, it's not much because anything under welterweight 147, it's still 8 ounces, which is very small, and all the way up to heavyweight, it's 10 ounces, which is still, like, for guys who weigh more than 200 pounds, they can do a lot of damage with 10-ounce gloves for sure. um and amateur fights, it's now 12-ounce gloves, and it's been one of the myths of boxing. I think they managed to sell that pretty well. Headgear actually doesn't protect your brain. Headgear basically reduces the risk of cuts, right? When the leather hits you in a different way, or when heads bang against each other, right? That's what
Right.
usually makes cuts. And the headgear that used to be worn almost universally in amateur fights, that's really a protection against that. It doesn't really protect your brain. So boxing is a relic of a different time, because I was just reading the news from Scotland actually, where they are banning heading the ball before and after the games as part of practice. It's like it's getting to a level, like you said, where it's really changing the chemistry and dynamics of the sports. And you have then sports like boxing where 36 minutes at a time someone can get hit on the head until the referee says it's enough. If the referee doesn't say it's enough, the team never says it's enough. Fighters never know how to quit. And then there are at least, like, three to half a dozen publicized deaths in the ring that you can see. Gone Dog, nice to see you, man. And we have another porn ad in the chat, which means we're doing things right.
Laura, I'm kind of curious. Do you think boxing, UFC will ever be scripted like the WWE? I'm not talking scripted like the Attitude Era. The Attitude Era was fucking amazing. Everybody loved the Attitude. Even if you weren't a wrestling fan, you just loved the fucking Attitude Era because of the fucking promos. I'm talking about the script of 2015 to current, where it's painful to fucking watch because it's all about it's all about the safety aspect more than it is about the entertainment. And I'm not saying safety isn't important, but it sucks the fucking life out of the performance.
Look, I think it. Let's start here. That even the most scripted versions of WWE have some risk of injury when it comes to the people involved, right? So there's that.
Correct.
And I'm not gonna get into, when it comes to boxing and even different forms of mixed martial arts, maybe even including I keep forgetting because I really don't watch. What's the biggest one in the US? The biggest mixed martial arts organization?
Well, I mean, they used to. Well, I don't know if MMA and UFC are completely separate from each other.
UFC, Dana White's organization. That's what I was talking about. So
I think
UFC,
they're the same, honestly. At the end of the day,
well, I mean, for the US, they are the same because there are different mixed martial arts federations around the world. Like, there are ones that are big in Japan. There are ones in, big in Russia and post-Soviet republics, so on and so forth. But again, I don't know enough to pontificate
Right.
about it in detail. So before getting into corruption and conspiracies about things already being scripted in a certain way, I don't think so. I think WWE, or what was WWF, had a very particular, trajectory that made it both profitable and possible, and maybe even preferable, that it became more theatrical and more scripted rather than being an actual sport. And as you know, part of it was I think he just couldn't sustain that model of being a non-profit when he was making so much money. I think the feds were coming after him. That's why it changed from sports to sports entertainment, as you know, from WWF to WWE.
yeah, I think the two. I think the WWF kind of hit a breaking point. Are you familiar with a wrestler named Chris Benoit?
Not exactly. You will have to educate me.
All right, Chris Benoit was. I mean, he was a bull. All right, I mean, he's probably my size, 5'6", but he had the nickname Badger. This is Badger, Destroyer Badger, something like that. He was from Canada. Either way, though, it's a very sad story because his signature move was always to climb on top of the turnbuckle, and he would essentially, quite literally, head dive onto his opponent. And he would also do this, jumping into the crowds, jumping into backstage when they had their setups and all that things. And it's kind of projected that Chris Benoit did this so frequently that he actually suffered brain damage. And it gets even sadder. Now, this is still technically up for debate, but it is projected that he had suffered so much trauma and mental damage that he unfortunately killed his entire family, his wife, his 2 kids, and then himself. And this was a huge, huge story. There's people saying, "Oh, was Chris Benoit murdered? Did he actually do it?" The WWF was essentially kind of blaming it on trauma, and I think at that point, that's when the WWF started to kind of really shift gears and start to kind of peel away from the the whole Attitude Era, because a lot of while it was mainly scripted, a lot of the wrestlers had free range to do whatever they wanted to a degree, and I think that's when we started seeing WWE come in more, and then it was just you have to watch what you're doing. We don't want repeats of this, and a lot of wrestlers were injured because of they just how do I say this? It's not that they didn't care, but they really committed to the roles. But I think Chris Benoit had a huge impact of why we have what we have today, because it was such a fucked up case.
Professor, how are you doing?
Hey, gentlemen.
Nice
How
to see
very
you.
nice to see you.
Greetings.
It's been a while.
Greetings. Yes, I've
Been
been
a
very
while.
busy. Been very busy. Traveling, more traveling this coming week. I thought of coming in and seeing you all.
And where did you, if you don't mind me asking, where did you travel? Where have you been?
Primarily Europe, and then I had to do a quick trip to the Middle East.
The
Quick
region.
trip, I don't know.
The region.
Yeah.
Did you go to the World Cup or something?
No, I haven't. But I've been observing, looking at the great match of Saudi Arabia, where they won 2-0 Argentina.
2-1.
And then
But
2-1.
yeah.
Oh, I give you the one. Yes, the penalty of Messi. The little short guy.
The fuck did you say about short?
Are you short?
No, I'm 6'5". 6'5". I'll dunk on your ass. Oh God, I'll fucking dunk on
6'5".
you.
Wow. Yeah, well, he's quite short, Messi. So
Yeah, I'd
he
agree.
couldn't.
Fuck that guy.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I've been listening to you guys religiously, so I see you have migrated from watches to prostitutes, which is great.
No,
Uh,
not prostitutes, sex workers
Sex workers, yes,
and
porn stars. This is
yes,
excellent.
exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they're
no,
actually
this
always
is
pretty adamant. We're sex workers, not
sex workers.
The
You
labor.
know, I stumbled across this other gentleman. Um, I think we had him as a commentator.
Okay.
His name is Saad.
Yes, Saad actually has jumped onto the channel a few times as well. He is an old friend.
He is a fantastic person.
We used to be on the
Absolutely.
same live stream together for so many times.
Yeah, he's best friends with Mike the Snake.
Right.
Really?
They
I
really
don't
do
know.
get along.
I don't know the internals. You know what's going on, but
I mean, they have an interesting dynamic. That's essentially what they need to say. Between
got it.
Please, Mike, don't go. 5 more minutes. Mike, please.
He's a very interesting fellow. I listened to him last week.
Mhm.
I was doing some cooking, and it was a good. It was during the day for me, so I could be awake. And he made some very good points. And amazingly, he's also into guns. So they had this interesting conversation, him and Ozzy, and I was listening to them. And well, clearly he knows his stuff, and I like his approach about Rolex watches. Day date is the way to go. And of
Yes.
course, he said the magic word, which really appealed to my senses. And he said, well, the one and done watch is the platinum. The platinum. So I said, this guy is my hero.
Oh yeah, he's okay. So, Saad is a true collector first and foremost. He's
Okay.
he's a real enthusiast. He has a very nice collection of Mont Blanc, especially pans. He has a nice fleet of cars, as far as I know. He may have culled the herd on both of these, but he has been accumulating over the years. And I know uh, most of his watch collection is precious metal. So it's a lot of day dates. Again, he may have uh, kind of thinned out the collection or distilled it to something of more curated boutique selection. But I remember that his father would chide him on wearing his Daytona, which is stainless steel, because it's not a proper watch. Because a proper watch has to be a day date in in precious metal, and maybe now in this day and age, he's also pining for a platinum. I'm sorry, platinum day date as well.
Yeah, very. He made a lot of sense, and he knows his watches. By the way, he knows his watches. He was, and I like his demeanor. He's very gentlemanlike. Um, Others can be a little bit aggressive and offensive towards him, but he's very nice. You don't find this often in your world, guys. People tend to be very abrasive and dismissive and all of that.
Yeah, nasty,
But
vicious punters.
but I do like also, and I appreciate Mitch's approach to life. I was listening to him earlier when he said, "Okay, I'm done with my collection," and I think it's important for people to say that um, because we cannot go around in circles chasing for the next big thing, and we're just becoming too entangled with our buying things, and we need to take a step back and review again life and the difficulties that everybody faces.
But Professor, that Nietzsche is always like that. A month
Oh, he
later,
is. Okay.
he's gonna end up buying another one. I'm pretty
He
sure.
he said he said recently that he was interested on a root beer.
Or a day date, by the way. He's also waiting for a day date 36.
I gotta be honest though, I after winning the back row for daily beater, I gotta be honest, I wouldn't mind getting a Pepsi. Uh, yeah,
Mm,
I love the Jubilee bracelet. I'd probably dump the no date and get the Pepsi.
okay. And you kept the date just as well that you had gotten?
Nah, I flicked that shit. I flicked that thing a long time ago.
What did
Fucking
what's
garbage.
that you what did he flip now? What did you flip, Mitch?
That shitty ass date just. The fucking $3
Oh.
fucking TJ Maxx looking special fucking watch.
Um, in an effort to ingratiate himself with his authorized dealer, he had at some point bought a black dial date just on an oyster bracelet, right? I'm not mistaken.
Correct.
A smooth bezel. And I remember actually this was the platform when he first introduced it, more or less. And
Yeah, close enough. Actually, yeah, close enough.
he was banging the watch around on the first day. It was an interesting scene. I kind of had a feeling then that this is not a keeper, but yeah, for
Is
for
it? Did you lose any money, Mitch?
Yeah, fucking. I mean, I didn't. I lost enough. Put it that way. So, long story short, um, there's a gentleman who had a sniper scope that it's about $4,000 and some change, and we decided to do a swap. He gave me a little money on the top, and I think in grand total I lost about like $1,200 on it or something like that. which if you were to do that swap now, fuck, I'd probably be losing a good chunk nowadays, considering that
What
they
did
just
you
prices have absolutely tanked.
what did you exchange it with?
So this guy had like a sniper rifle scope. I believe it's a Vortex. Vortexes are extremely expensive. They're good scopes, but very, very expensive.
I see. Yeah, I don't know anything about that.
And this is for a rifle, Mitch?
Yeah, yep. It's for a traditional rifle. This one would not be for a as the liberals would say. It's not for a tactical machine gun. It's for a deer hunting rifle. Actually, to be more specific, I'm putting it on a rifle that my father gave to me on Christmas. Um, he had bought it and he just never realized what the caliber was. And there we go. Sorry, I'm cooking steak right now. Anyways, he had bought it and then he gave it to me for a Christmas gift, and then he realized that this rifle isn't exactly legal in the state of Minnesota because it can take down it basically can take down a small black bear, and it's basically meant for an elk hunting rifle. So I bought this scope for this rifle. I don't know if I'll ever make my way out to elk country or not, but I figured I've never had a decent enough scope for it in the first place, so I figured why not.
And also, you have you have still the Milgauss.
Yeah, I still have the Milgauss. Yep, I still have the Millie.
Oh, excellent.
I'll get rid of
And
that
then,
though if they come up with a new model and they slim it down like the new Air King.
oh, okay. That will be very good though to keep for your
Oh
collection,
yeah,
no?
yeah, yep. I'll keep it. I'll keep it for sure. But like, it's just too thick. It's way too thick.
Right. And also, you said another excellent point. You made an excellent remark about your current president. You said he's a lunatic.
Well, I mean,
I
he's.
I I
I think he's a
completely agree.
pedophile, to be honest with you. But we can't say that. So.
You already have, I think.
Oh, did I? That's a nasty thing to say about a president. I don't know why I said that.
Okay.
Yeah, well, difficult. He's I don't know how he will make it for the next 2 years remaining. That's a difficult thing.
Well, I mean, you mean physically or politically? That's
Oh,
my
I think physically is the big issue, right? He's completely disoriented. So I'm not sure that, as Mitch says, he knows what's going on. I mean, so
It's painful to watch because like Democrats can't even hide the fact that the man's lost his fucking marbles. Somebody call up Mike the Snake and get him a new pair of marbles. Um, it's just it's not even funny anymore. I mean, it's like they basically have to fucking walk him onto a stage and walk him off. You're right. I think Kamala Harris, although she's not much better, I think Kamala will eventually like fill in the last 2 years of the presidency, and I think that's how they're gonna snipe it from our true Lord and Savior, Donald Trump. Donald Trump, Trump, Trump. He's going to save us all in 2024. That is right, guys. Vote for Donald Trump. Better red than dead. But we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens.
just so you guys know, this is a free platform. I'm not partisan in any way. I don't make any political statements or endorse any candidates. But yes,
very good. The other good thing is that this is the time. This is the time also to be going to your so-called authorized dealer, Watches of Swaziland, as Lord
yes, sir.
said.
I'm glad you still remember.
The Watches of Swaziland, to your unauthorized dealer, because all authorized dealers have ventured into illegal activities over the last 3 years, and now they're willing to sell you watches. They're willing to sell you watches. You walk in and you pick a watch, and you'll probably get it in 2023.
Um, it's are you saying this based on what we have been saying, or did you also have a recent experience, Professor?
Yeah, I do my usual tour, and the conclusion is that supply is increasing more than expected. All the unauthorized and authorized dealers are getting more watches, and the list is getting shorter. The queue is getting shorter because people have less money, and even if they have money, they're willing less to get into this game. And another interesting dimension to this is that the gray market is now offering people a very good, quick solution to the waiting game. They can go in and get these watches with a bit of a premium, but very little premium compared to before. And, they can avoid this game of getting garbage eventually to get the watch they really want. And I think that is pressuring the authorized dealers to start shortening those queues and delivering some watches to people as an appetizer. And I think the gray market is now pushing ADs to deliver more because they cannot anymore. This will be the last Christmas that there will be a kind of expectation that they'll make money. I think next Christmas will be quite tough for them. Going into 2023, it's not going to be easy at all. So
You are saying it will be in the short term or short to mid term. It's going to be worse. In fact, you are saying maybe next holiday season it may be worse.
yes, 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 for sure.
Mhm.
2023 is going to be quite vicious for the watch market, regardless what people say. I mean, prices are, besides the Daytona and the Pepsi, everything else is with a little bit of premium. I mean, forget the day date. The John Mayer has gone down. You cannot go and pick it up from your AD, but these things are coming down very quickly, and there will be supply. And I think the market also, a lot of the collectors are coming to their senses, and they're not necessarily going into the dealer buying everything they can. They're taking it easy as well. So there is this corrective move that is happening.
Um, I wanted to highlight this. I think Yasha actually is in Russia, so it might have to do with that. Uh, if I'm if I'm wrong, Yasha, please feel free to correct me.
No, Rolex
Yasha,
has banned. They don't
oh
send any
yeah,
watches in Russia.
let me read it, Professor, please. All Rolex boutiques I visited the last few months were empty, uh, and I do mean empty. Two, they just for sale a precious metal display watch. That's it. And like Professor said, that probably has to do with um, the fact that Rolex does not send any watches to Russia, but Yasha says not in Russia. Okay. And you say beautiful favorite large on screen. Okay. Well, I mean, I'm again in a transitory situation, so I have to charge the phone, or rather the laptop. So I have to get a little bit of a close up here. I don't enjoy it particularly, but it is what it is. Mookie, hey, how are you doing? Next year will be wrecked for most markets.
Yeah, so I think this is what's going on, and very soon in the UK, the watches of Switzerland, Zimbabwe, and Tanzania will have to decide that their policy of two watches will change, and they'll have to open up to those who are interested because simply they're not able to meet sales targets, and
Mm.
that's the thing about all of these companies. Anyway, um, I do believe, as you know, I'm a firm believer in the one and only watch. I do believe in this Calvinist approach to the watch world. Get one, very expensive, for the price of five that you will collect and wear it, tear it, wear it, scratch it, throw it. That's the only one.
I
Uh,
Professor, I love that you propagate this fantasy, and we hear that you have so many beautiful watches in the vault that you don't even show us. So I'm not sure it's fair that that you serve this to the people, and then keep all these beautiful watches for yourself in the vault.
yeah, well, that's because one, I don't, I put them there because one is very valuable and there is no point to wear it. And it was a gift. And the second one, I wear it when I go there to that country. Um, I don't have it with me. I wear it every day. I go to the grocery store with my Patek. I don't care. But it was a gift as well. So I was gifted these things. If it was up to me to pay 50, 60,000, I'll just get one watch and wear it every day, and that's it. That's why I'm a firm believer of the gentleman, Mr. Saad. You guys call him General Saad. Is he a
Gen-
general as well?
Yeah, General Saad.
well, I mean, not necessarily. I don't think
Okay.
we have completely doxed him. But yeah, as a term of endearment, as a recognition of his proper rank, we like to call him a 4-star general. But probably he is not a 4-star general. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I do like this approach that he has, which is forget this game of collecting and going and queuing up and buy this watch and then get another one. Oh, and then there is this new model coming out, the deep challenge and the challenge, and no, it's not the challenge, it's the dishwasher challenge, it's the frying pan challenge, it's the titanium. No, the titanium is not the bracelet, it's the case back. And oh my god,
We have
it's
to we have to find also a unique spelling or pronunciation for titanium as well. Let's work on that.
oh, I'm sure the friend who told me platinum, he's gonna come up with titanium.
Titanium, maybe
Mm.
something like that.
Titanium.
We have to find a way of complicating it in an unnecessary way. Um, but yeah, listen, it's one of the things that I also appreciate about Saad is as Yasha said, his collecting approach, and as you have also pointed out, it's something that he has adopted as he grew as a collector, as he matured as a collector, and it's something that also reflects his values and his faith as well, which I absolutely respect. Because he, as a believing Muslim, he thinks that he should contain some of his excessive desires, and that his collection, as much as he values watches and as much as he loves collecting these things, should be a little more modest. Again, of course, a day date, even as your single watch, gold or platinum, is not necessarily what you would immediately associate with humility, but we are talking about someone who at one point in time had a lot of these things. So he is culling down the herd and trying to come up with a collection that reflects best his values, his perspective, and his faith at the present time. And you cannot do anything but respect that sort of approach.
Well, as a Muslim, a man cannot have gold, yellow gold, cannot display. So if I adopt
I wouldn't know. So
my Wahhabi, not even Wahhabi, but it doesn't have to be Wahhabi, but it can be the other sects. Men don't wear yellow gold. They do wear because of humility, right? And what Islam says, men don't wear jewelry, right? And platinum is a way to get around it, although I find that also to be kind of difficult to promote because it is more expensive, and for those who know, it is precious. So,
Professor, it's people. One of the beautiful things about religious law in general is the impetus or implicit encouragement that it gives people to get around it. The more strict the law is, the more ingenious people are in finding ways to contravene it, sidestep it. Yeah, I'm sure you have heard all sorts of stories. I mean, it's part of the joy, at least that I take in thinking about halakha, the Jewish religious law, is how strict it can be, how minute details that it can focus on, and that in itself, I think, is an interesting art, is an interesting conversation. But the more strict, the more intricate, the more detailed it is, the more people who believe in some way or fashion will find ways around it, and will find ways to still abide perhaps by the letter of the law, while finding ways of doing whatever it is that they want to do. So Yasha says a few things about Saad, which I want to recognize. He's a top gentleman. We both absolutely agree, I think.
I agree.
And has a great sense of humor. I completely agree.
I agree.
And Yasha also adds, and Saad is living in a poor country, really poor country, so these dualities add to the humor. And Yasha says also, I genuinely had a thought for a very long time that Rolex came up with the green subs like a Muslim exclusive. That's funny.
Yeah, that's a good way of looking at it. Yeah. Funny enough, the color is green for both.
Yeah, well, I mean, of course, you can say it's the Rolex proprietary color, but I wouldn't be surprised if they had some, funny consideration about that. I would not be surprised. By the way, we are almost coming up to 4 hours again, and I'm almost depleted. But thankfully, the professor is here, and Meech was here earlier, so I'll probably close in a few minutes. But I don't want to rush things either. But yeah, let's see what they will do next year. Blancpain already announced that they are celebrating the 70th in a big way for the 50 Fathoms. I expect some serious battle of 70th anniversary dive watches between Blancpain and Rolex. Did you hear that?
Yes, I heard it. Well, Perhaps, perhaps, and perhaps it comes out in stainless and not
Oh
in
wow.
precious metals. Yeah,
Mhm. Yeah, because it needs to be accessible now, right?
that's right.
Yeah, this is what I saw earlier.
What is this? Ah, this one. Yeah, Black Crown. Okay.
Yeah, Blancpain released a short video about how in 2023 they will be celebrating the 70th anniversary of the first modern dive watch, which is the Blancpain 50 Fathoms, made, of course, created by the legendary late Jean-Jacques Fichter, um, who was both a diver and you will like this, Professor. He was actually born in Alexandria.
Oh,
So he was an Alexandrine. He was a writer, and he was the inventor of the modern dive watch. Yeah, interesting character that we lost actually earlier this year, um, but it is the mortal coil. Um, Unfortunately, no one lives forever. I wish. Hopefully it will come to that. I want to get matching Black Bay 58 bronzes with the professor. I'm just wearing the new Seiko rowing blazers. Um,
ah,
the
very beautiful. What color is it?
This is the azure, sky blue.
Oh, oh,
So
beautiful.
we are coming with ways not to say that other blue. So,
Oh
but
my God, this other blue. Yes,
this
this
is
is
also not that
ridiculous.
blue, anyways. But you know, so this is sky blue, as Jack calls it. One of the designers, along with Eric Wind. Um, yeah, this is a great point as well. By the way, Steel Steez. Uh, Blancpain has their interpretation um, of the pilot's chronograph watch, which they call the Air Command. It's a cracking watch. I absolutely love it. Um, of course, it would be too much of the same thing in my collection. I'm quite happy with my Type 20, but it is offered basically in two different sizes. The standard model is 42 and a half, and it is, if I'm not mistaken, it is in titanium. And then there's a 36 millimeter version, reduced size, 36.2 specifically, and the limited edition is also 42 and a half, but has this um, is both steel and has this um, how shall I put it, the customized rotor that looks like a propeller. I mean, in each iteration, with the blue dial titanium, the Fotina black dial, even the reduced size, it's a great watch. But I almost completely agree with you, Steele. I think if they had a size between almost 43 and 36, I think it would be better. But I think essentially the reduced size in this case is really designed as like a sporty woman's watch, because 36 millimeters is just not, that is too small for a chrono. Chronos are already difficult to read. What are you going to do with the 36? It's just an accessory. Um, And I do agree that Seiko rowing blazers are amazing, and I have 4 of them to give away. I'm sorry to have skipped out on November. I wasn't planning to move right before I went to New York, but that's still the plan. They're going to come out one by one, and the orange one is the first to be given away. That's for the month of December.
You said something very important just now, Lord, as you always do, which is the visibility of a watch. I have come to realize, you are younger, that I'm short-sighted, so I can't see at all far away. But now it seems that I have a bit of astigmatism, so I can't see very close as well. With age, this happens, so all of us will experience this. But now the watch I'm wearing, well, the one that I have, the only one, which is the GMT black ceramic, I wear it only for the beauty and the sense of having a wristwatch. I never look at the time. I look at the time always in other means. So in a way, it's become part of me, but I never refer to the time on my watch. So it goes back to what Saad was saying, is that you have to have something that you wear, less about the beauty, the dial, and all of that, and more about kind of how you feel having it. And that's why I'm a firm believer of the platinum. You need to have a heavy piece to feel it.
I don't disagree, but like I mentioned, look, again, a sports chronograph, both in terms of its aesthetics and in terms of its utility, it is supposed to be it's supposed to wear big, it's supposed to be legible, etc. So I understand why it's 42 and a half rather than, let's say, 39 or 40. But then again, it really depends on how you really wear the watch. In my case, for example, my newest watch, which is also incidentally my oldest watch, my Lemania chronograph, I I look at it as the ultimate dress watch, because it's very small, not even 34 millimeters. It's precious metal. It's only 2 registers. I mean, I like engaging the chronograph just for kicks, because I like, seeing kind of the centrally deployed seconds going its own way, as opposed to the running seconds at 9 o'clock. But I don't use it for its chronograph function. My type 20, I sometimes use to time certain things. Not anything that's very crucial or vital, but it's just, again, for fun mostly. But it really, yeah, when you have a chronograph 36 and less, no matter what your wrist is, it becomes so much more difficult to actually look at it in a utilitarian way. It becomes more fully an accessory. And if that's what you want from it, as a man or a woman, by all means. But essentially, that's what happens. Big Mitch has a great point here, because you called me young. Uh, he was around when Jesus was in elementary school. That's a good one. Yeah, and Yasha earlier said that Hodinky really nailed the 50 fathoms with their various limited editions, but I would like it in a normal production edition, because they had these limited editions right around 40 millimeter in diameter, rather than the 45. This is here, by the way, in chat, guys. Please hit the like button before we close. We are almost, well, I mean, I'm almost um, depleted. Um,
Uh,
so
uh,
we
can I
might,
say something, Lord?
please,
Um,
please, sir, go ahead.
it was also the program I watched. Was with Dis. Dis was managing the program with Saad, and what I found interesting is the excellent moderation provided by Dis for Saad to talk about watches, and it was a very interesting duet between Dis and Saad talking about watches. Dis was becoming more inquisitive and allowing Saad to talk about watches. Of course, it migrated into a discussion about pistols and rifles later on, but I found it amazing that both of them did this, and it was very interesting that one was being inquisitive, which was this, offering the platform to Saad, and Saad was kind of in a very gentleman again way, very modest way, talking about watches. And it was very soothing. I think it was a Friday, last Friday. I
So
bumped into it, and
uh,
yeah.
you are basically returning the returning the compliment, because he was saying, he was referring to us as the dream team. So you are saying that Saad and this were quite a unit themselves.
Oh, okay. If you put it that way, yes, maybe. Okay.
No, this is great. I mean,
Yeah.
I love this, and I think he has always been an asset to this community. I want to see him more on this channel as well. I want to see him more on his channel too. I think the community needs more of him, but he did the best thing. He is approaching it now on his own terms, as much as he likes or as little as he likes, and I appreciate that. I'm glad he's still part of the community, and but he doesn't let it consume him, perhaps like we sometimes do. And yeah, we need him in the long term. So
Yes, yes. One time I saw this in bed trying to be connected, and I was saying he's in bed trying to sleep, but he's also participating. And I found this also very noble of him
so
to
Professor,
spend.
you you missed out. Actually, this was famous for his sleep streams. Actually,
Oh,
he used to sleep
really?
on camera. That was one of his specialties.
Yeah, I stumbled across another thing where one of the panelists, sorry, the term panelists refers to a conference. So, I laugh sometimes when they call each other the panelists. Um, so one of them actually said something, and then he started sleeping. He slept during the entire thing, and then he woke up, and then he turned off his camera. Um, and then, of course, I find all these funny things where, um, what's the fellow's name in Australia? Archie. Um,
What do you mean?
where he eats ice cream, and then he has lunch, dinner in front of the camera. I mean, I'm drinking coffee. I'm not very far from that as well. But it's an interesting community, I have to say, and it's good if this community stays noble and modest and tries to be more collegial. There is no necessity to be bravado and arrogant and mine is bigger kind of thing, and I have a bigger collection. People are all different. None of us are the same. But as we enter the more difficulties in the world economy in 2023, it will be good to stay as a community together. There is no point to piss off other people because we're humans. We're here for a very short period of time, and it's good to appreciate other people's taste without offending them.
Yeah,
I
well,
think that's important.
this platform
And you do it very well, Lord. You do it very
always
well.
has always specialized in that. And as you know, certain parts of the Watch YouTube have pissed me off royally to the point that I will never go back on any of these platforms. And some of them have, in fact, continued to undermine and sabotage what I do. So I'm glad that we don't have to fight them so actively anymore. I'm glad to uh, be able to focus on this platform exclusively and build something positive, engaging. And again, like, I say this all the time. I love hearing the sound of my own voice. But that being said, I love it even more when I have you, when I have Meech, when I have Ozzy, when I have
Great
St.
people.
Peter,
Great
when
people.
I have also just random people sometimes jumping on from the chat. I really I appreciate it. I appreciate it. This is like a temporary dig. I'm going, of course, to New York, on the 1st, and in December, if not for the whole month, for a great part of it, I'm in New York, and when I come back, I will be in my new place. And actually, I quite like it. I took the keys today, and I'm really excited about it. And maybe I won't give a whole tour because I kind of I like keeping some parts of my life private. But it's an interesting spot. I will give a better view, more holistic view than just a white background in my new digs. Um, I look forward to it.
Yes, he's right. Big Mitch, I need to respond. I think that's his name. You refer to him, Red Shovel. Um, yeah, that was him. Um, that he slept during the one of the shows.
Well,
But
he
yeah, I think
always does that as well. He does kind of nod off once every so often.
yeah. Well, the timing is also bad. Even for me, Lord, I wake up early, but then I have to do all kinds of things, kids and preparation. So I have you on around 6 o'clock my time. I cannot do 4 anymore because the sun doesn't show up now in the old country until 7 a.m. So it's pretty dark, and it's like, okay, I'm here going for hunting at 4 a.m. and you know, and also work is more difficult now because teaching and the obligations and also things in general. When the winter comes up, it's more difficult to do the live streams early on. But as we get back into the spring and summer, it's easier because then I wake up at 5 and we can do that. So I have you. I listen to you guys, and I enjoy very much. And it's also a very good experience to listen to different views about the community. And I think it's important to keep it together. I mean, yes, you can talk about other stuff because you cannot do live streams for 4 hours. I mean, we're not going to become mechanics and engineers and watchmakers, but we should respect each other, and I think that's very important. And this is a true effort of many times it's a thankless effort for most of us. We do it because we want to have an identity or a different identity, I would say. But also, we want to share. We want to share opinions, knowledge, and our experiences through the world of watch collecting. And I think this is important. And this is done because of the true globalization we experience. One guy sits in the Philippines. Saad or General Saad sits in Pakistan, I think, which is a very interesting country. I myself travel around the world, so you've seen me traveling all over. And then you have Aussie in Vegas town, yourself in California. Mitch in, where is he? Illinois, Indiana,
Minnesota.
Minnesota. My God, that's a fantastic place to study economics. By the way, they have a very serious place.
You mean the Twin Cities campus?
Yeah, University of Minnesota. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean Meech is in the rural. Yeah, Meech is in the rural parts of Minnesota. I think a little further away from Twin Cities, like St. Paul. And what's the
Oh,
other city again? Oh, well, Minneapolis and St. Paul, right?
Minneapolis.
Twin
Yeah.
Cities. Yeah.
And I was meeting somebody who studied in Minnesota last Saturday. He went to Carleton University.
Mm.
Um, and he was telling me about the university there, that they call it the Harvard of the Midwest or something like that.
I love
And
the I love when people say that. I don't know what that says about Harvard or that university, honestly, but I'm not gonna try to offend you.
yeah, well, I mean, there was, I'll tell you a story. Many years ago, somebody was telling me, "Oh, I studied also at Harvard." I said, "Oh, that's great." Then a few years later, I said, "Okay, let's go to this function. We're invited." And then he said to me, "But I didn't go to Harvard." I said, "Where did you go?" He said, "Well, I went to Harvard, but not the one you went." I said, "Which one did you go?" He said, "The one in Washington." I go, "Which one is the one in Washington?" He said, it's called Harvard." I said, "Oh," and this was a guy from our preferred region, Lord. So he was pronouncing it Harvard, but it was Howard.
Howard, that's a great school. It's
Yeah,
like probably the premier historically black
yeah.
college and university in the US.
So he thought that I went to the same place. Anyway, so we ended up going together to the function. So Howard, Harvard, doesn't matter.
Uh, this, by the way, OG Hash Hockey comes to this channel quite often. Actually, I see him in the chat maybe every other show. He's here. He's still active. Um, he's here. All right. It's 12:30 now, so I'm getting ready to sign off. Professor, do you
Okay.
want to squeeze in another point?
No, we'll let you go. We'll let you go.
Oh,
I'll see the wonderful people in later. Dish and Saad. I'll bump into him somewhere. I would love to hear his views about life and watches. And of course, everybody else. Ozzy is fantastic. Mitch, um, plenty of watches, Mitch. I think, and I think you will get everything you want next year.
yeah. I mean, apparently he's hanging up the boots, but we will see. I think he's gonna get that date as well. He's gonna get that. All right, guys. I'm gonna come back hopefully tomorrow as well. I'm certainly not coming back on Wednesday
Mm.
because I will be packing, settling things here, and taking the plane on Thursday. So I don't want to promise about anything on Wednesday. Maybe somewhere in the middle of the day, I will pop up to say hi for like 15 minutes, half an hour or something. Um, but tomorrow I will see you. I don't know if it will be a long show but certainly I'll be here. Until then, um, be well. I bid you adieu. Take care, friends. Bye.